से मोरा वरण से मोरा जीवने रहिमा से रूप मंजरी पाद
नमो विष्णुपदाय कृष्णपृष्ठाय भूतले श्रीमते भक्तिवेदान्त स्वामी इति नामिने। नमस्ते सरस्वती देवी गौरवाणी प्रचारिणे निर्विशेष शून्यवादी पाश्चात दशतारिणे। जय श्री कृष्ण चैतन्य प्रभु नित्यानंद श्री अद्वैत गदाधर श्रीवासादि गौर भक्तवृंद। जय श्री कृष्ण कृष्ण हरे हरे राम 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 हरे हरे। Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram 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 Hare
Water for the Atman.
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Ram, Hare Hare
Hare Krishna. Can everyone hear me over there? Yes, okay. Very good. Srila Prabhupada Ki Jai. So today we are assembled in a little bit of an extraordinary place, which was established, I think in the 2000 something, by Krishna Kumari Devidasi, a disciple of Srila Prabhupada, was married to devotee Ram Das. This is somehow both of them had some inspiration indicating that the place where we are sitting today used to be, at the time of the Goswamis, a place through which the Vrindavan Parikrama Marg was passing. And so many of the acharyas, of course, have done the Vrindavan Parikrama and have therefore walked through this place. And in remembrance of this, some sitting places for the acharyas have been established here. Just behind me here, we have the sitting place of Lokanath Goswami, and on the other side, we have the sitting place of Jiva Goswami, and next to him, Gopal Bhatta Goswami. And then a little further here is a sitting place for Srila Prabhupada. And then a little further there, we have Narottam Das Thakur and Vishwanath Chakravarti Thakur and Baladevi Vibhushana. And in this place also has the sitting place of Rupa and Sanatana. We were offering them some garlands today and little flowers and party. So you are welcome to this place. It has been named Nikunja Samadhi Mandira. Nikunja Samadhi Mandira. It's not as such a public place, it is a private place. But yeah. So we are going to chant a little Mangala Charan. Today we are assembled here to hear some of the works of Srila Rupa Goswami, particularly the poetical expressions, the poetical works of Srila Rupa Goswami. We were hearing yesterday that he wrote books, some about the Abhideya Gyan, how to practice devotional service. And he also wrote dramas, and he also wrote poetries. Poetry in general is a way to express inner sentiments and inner feelings. So it is quite common in the line of devotional service, the line of bhakti, that someone who comes to a certain stage of, what do you say, closeness with the Lord, would begin to express feelings and realizations through the medium of poetry. Poetry is, we have actually entitled the session today, Outpourings of Devotion. Meaning that the devotion that is in the heart is pouring out in the form of sound, which is very well organized and poetical. And it is meant to not only express thoughts and feelings, but it's also meant to evoke feelings in the heart of those who hear those poetical compositions. The verses, sometimes grouped together, the verses sometimes grouped together as ashtakas. Ashtakas means, ashta means 8. The verses can be grouped in sets of 8 or 10 or minus plus. Mostly they are ashtakas, groups of 8 verses. And they are actually the expression, we said, of the bhava that is in the devotional mood and feelings, emotions, which is in the heart of the great devotees. And as we know, bhava is defined as it's compared to the ray of sun. So the ray of sun means it shines, and it is known to shine from the heart of the self-realized soul to the heart of others, and to create in their heart a slight glimpse or touch of the bhava that is in the heart of the great devotees. So hearing these poetries is very enlivening, and it's very purifying, and it is very relishable in general, very wonderfully relishable. So we are not at the level of Rupa and Sanatana. Yesterday we were hearing how Rupa Goswami composed verses practically ongoingly. But he was also very busy. We many times picture him sitting under the tree, either chanting or meditating on Krishna. But he was also very busy building a temple, searching for the pastimes of places, and then establishing some kind of monuments in all these places. Yesterday we heard that he was even maintaining cows so that he could serve many other of the saintly persons who are living in Vrindavan, and he was writing books. So these compositions by Srila Rupa Goswami, actually they have been praised by Srila Jiva Goswami. He said that the compositions of Srila Rupa Goswami, anyone who hears them will actually give up hearing any other compositions, considering them to be very bitter. Ati tiktava. I mean, so this is a praise. Of course, there are many great poets. We have Raghunath Das Goswami, who also wrote wonderful outpourings of devotion. But Jiva Goswami praised Rupa Goswami's writings as such that any other thing after hearing his, anything else would taste bitter. So let us sing a little Mangalacharan while we are here. Today I will be singing some of the poetries, and we will also be welcoming His Grace Nityananda Prabhu. Nityananda Prabhu is currently a DVT translator, and he had the great good fortune of being trained by His Grace Gopi Paranadhana Prabhu, and he learned Sanskrit from him and developed a taste for Sanskrit writings. And towards the end of the session, we will also be welcoming Dravida Prabhu, who is also part of the DVT and Sanskrit editor in the DVT International. And Dravida is known not only for reciting Sanskrit poetry, but he is also known for writing poetry. And so the Sanskrit itself is composed in a way which is very melodious and very beautiful. But sometimes when these Sanskrit verses are translated, the translations are not very palatable. So Dravida Prabhu has taken it upon himself to actually versify some of the compose and in verse form sometimes the translations of Sanskrit verses. So he'll be with us and we'll be chanting, reciting. So fasten your seatbelts. We are starting. Jimirandhasya Jnananjanasalakhya Chakshurunmilitam Yena Tasmai Shri Gurave Namaha. Shri Chaitanya Manobhishtam Sthapitam Yena Bhutale Swayam Rupa Kadamaham Dadati Swapadantikam. Adadana-strinam dandhairam yacca puranah Srimad-rupa-padam bhoji pulisyam janijam Bhakti-puravaishitatam tu rasam pashyeti dattri Tannami satatam mukha nama priyajana hari. Jaya Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhara Shri Vasadi Gaura Bhakta Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare. Vanchakalpatarubhyascha krupasindhubhya patitanam pavanebhyo vaishnavibhyo namo namaha. Okay, well, first we will begin with a verse which is a very favorite of mine. This is a verse that most of the verses that we'll be reciting, but not all of them, our sources would be the Stava Mala, which is a book which gathers many of the verses and poetries which have been written by Rupa Goswami. The Stava Mala was actually composed by Jiva Goswami. He gathered everything that he could find that Rupa had written outside of his books. We will also hear some verses which are from the Nectar of Devotion, and we will also hear some verses from Chaitanya Charitamrita. So right now the first one is found in the Stava Mala. It's part of a series of verses called Ashtadasa Chanda Stava. This is verse 11. And this is to bring our mind, it's a prayer actually, to bring our mind to the hearing of Srimad Bhagavatam and in general to the hearing about Krishna and Krishna's pastimes. Apisparamodhe Pratipada Sudha Koki Madhe Purana Grananta Sajane Manovatsa Patum Vishaya Vishagate Shatune Kripayashchaturna This is a prayer to the mind, actually. You can read the translation. Although the very sweet nectar stream of your transcendental pastimes swiftly flows through the Puranas, the calf of my mind has now entered a ditch to drink the poison of material sense happiness, O Lord of the calves, please quickly curb him with your stick of mercy. So this is an analogy here where we see the mind is compared to a foolish calf. Of course, for those who live in the cities and have never seen a cow, it may not mean much, but usually cows, they are cattle, means they stay all together. So the farmer or the cowherd man is bringing all these cows to drink in a river. There's a big flowing, beautiful flowing river. The cowherd man is bringing the cows and the calves to drink in the river. And those that follow the direction of the cowherd man, they quickly quench their thirst very happily. But then there is this foolish calf who, instead of following the cows, he goes astray and he goes through the fields and independently tries to find some water. And as he walks through the fields, naturally as it happens, he finds a well, but it's a well which is covered by grass. And as he comes close and he kind of sees the water, but there is grass and he doesn't understand, and suddenly he falls into the well. And when he lands at the bottom of the well, there is just a little water which somehow was shining due to the reflection of the sun, but there is not enough to quench his thirst. But now he is in the well, and the only thing he can do is cry. So the prayer is here given to Tarnakapate, the Lord of the calves, O Lord of the calves. That is Gopal, Sri Krishna. That just as the coward man goes out of his way to find the foolish calf that has fallen into a well, similarly, O Lord, when my mind goes towards thoughts of sense gratification, instead of thinking of Krishna, oh my Lord, please bring back my mind, bring my mind back, and place my mind in the river of your pastimes. So this is a beautiful prayer, which is nice to recite. You understand, it's a very useful prayer. When our mind goes astray, when our mind wants to enjoy sense gratification, so we pray to the Lord of the calves to take his stick. So just as the coward man uses a stick to bring back the calf, we are praying to the Lord to use the stick of mercy. We are praying to his mercy to bring back our mind on the topic of Krishna. Apisparamodre pratipada sudhakuti madhre Purana gramanta hatitavalilar sadhare Manovatsa patum vishaya vishagarte shatime Kripaya chaturna damayatamam Alakapati. So you can keep this in mind for the next few hours that we'll be together. When your mind is trying to get out of the program, you can chant this verse and come back. Today we are going to recite one of the ashtakas written by Rupa Goswami. The first one that I chose is called Nama Ashtaka, Sri Nama Ashtaka. It's a beautiful writing, 8 prayers, and that glorify the holy name. It is inspired from the Shikshastakam, but not exactly closely related, but it is inspired from the Nama Ashtaka. The particularity of this writing, of this Ashtaka, is that whereas most of the ashtakas are composed in similar meter, this one practically each and every verse is in a different meter. What is a meter? Some of you may be wondering. Meter in Sanskrit is called chanda, and it refers to the, you would say, the number of syllables that are found in one line. Usually the verses have 4 different lines, and each of the lines has a similar number of syllables. This is in general. There are different kinds of verses. Some of them are not like that. But most of the verses are like this, like the one we just read. The one we just read had, let me see, this was like 18 verses, syllables. So mostly each line has the same number of syllables, and each verse has the same number of syllables. And that's one thing which makes the composition quite complicated in Sanskrit, is that you go by lines, and all the lines have to have the same number of syllables, and there are more intricacies. There are actually certain rhythms which have to be kept and which define different types of meters. In the case of the Namashtaka, the lines are equal within the verses, but each verse has a different meter, which makes it difficult to sing and makes it very dynamic. So let us see. This one I will sing all in one time, because that way you can appreciate the differences between the different verses, and then we will look at the translation. So here we go. Sri Namashtaka. Nikhila Shruti Mauli Ratnamala Jyutini Rajita Pada Pankajanta Ayimukta Kulai Rupasyamanam Haritastvam Haritam Samsuyami Jayanamade Yamuni Vindage Jalaranjanaya Paramakshara Krite Tvamanadaradati manaviti Nikhilo Vrasapa Patarindilam Pasi Yada Bhaso Pyutam Kavalita Bhavat Hantari Bhavo Drisham Tatvandhanam Atimshati Bhakti Pranayini Janastasya Datham Jagati Bhagavan Namatanai Kritite Nirvaktum Sayamajmanam Pravati Yat Brahma Sakshat Kriti Nishkayati Vinachamayati Vinalabhutarhi Apeti Nama Spurane Natate Prarabdha Karmeti Viravati Vedaha Agadamana Yashodanandana Nanda Chuno Kamalnayana Gopi Chandra Vrindavanandra Pranata Karuna Krishna Vichaneka Swarupe Tvayima Marati Vichela Vachyam Vachyakam Chideti Bhavato Namaswarupa Bhayam Purvasvat parameva hanta karunam tatrapi janimahe yastasmin vidita paradivaha prani samantat bhavet asyene dhanupasitopi sadanandam buddham acchati Shudita Shitajumantira Shinde Ramyachibhana Sukha Swarupine Nama Gokila Mahotsavayate Krishna Purna Vapushe Namo Nama Narada Vijivana Subhani Vyasamadhuri Pura Tam Krishna Nama Kamani Spuramira Samira Sena Sada Spuramira Samira Sena Sada Narada Vijivana. So these were the 8 verses of the Namashtaka. The first verse, Rupa Goswami prays, "Oh, holy name, the tips of the toes of your lotus feet are constantly being worshipped by the glowing radiance emanating from the strings of gems known as the Upanishads, the crown jewels of all the Vedas. You are eternally adored by liberated souls such as Narada and Shukadev. Oh, Harinam, I take complete shelter of you." This first verse is very easy to learn. It's very easy. And it is a very wonderful verse to sing when you chant japa. When you chant japa, and then sometimes it happens, a day you are tired, or some day something, so many things may be on the mind, or some disturbance is there, and you see that you are not able to chant properly. So we stop chanting japa and we recite this verse. Paritastam Harinam Samsrayami. We take shelter of the holy name. Oh, holy name, I take shelter of you. This is a actually very powerful verse. I've experienced many times because my mind is always somewhere else. So that as soon as you chant this verse, immediately some benediction, some blessing comes to be able to concentrate on chanting. So this is a very wonderful verse. Then the next verse says, "Oh, Hariram, O name sung by the sages, Muni Vrindageya." The sages are singing the holy name. "Oh, transcendental syllables that bring bliss to the people. Even if you are spoken only once, and even if you are spoken disrespectfully, you at once remove the many harsh sufferings of everyone." Nikhilgra, as you know, means terrible, horrible. Tapa means suffering. So this, and Patali means abundance. What is the remedy? Where shall we go for getting relief of our suffering? We know we are devotees, we have heard the solution. And here, Rupa Goswami is stating it, just chant, chant, chant. Take shelter of the holy name. The holy name will remove the suffering by blessing us with the influence of the internal potency of the Lord, which will drive our attention away from the suffering. It's not that devotees don't suffer, but because they are able to take shelter in the holy name, they do not experience suffering in the same way that others who do not have the shelter of the holy name are experiencing suffering. Third verse, "O son of the holy name, even the dim light of your early dawn gives the sight of pure devotion to they who are blind to the truth. What learned person in this world is able to describe your transcendental glory?" From the very beginning, when we begin chanting, and usually as neophyte devotees, we do not actually chant the pure name, which is the real name. The pure name names that the name is identified with the Lord himself. Truly, as soon as we say Krishna, the Lord in his entire, when you say form, is present before us. So even though we are not able to chant that kind of name, which is equal to having the Lord present before us, to realizing the presence of the Lord before us, even if we chant the name in a way which is inattentive, or if there is some offense, still there will be an influence on us, which is going to bring into our heart the beginning of spiritual life. Then in the fourth verse, it says, the Vedas declare that although meditation on impersonal Brahman cannot bring freedom from past karma, oh holy name, your appearance at once makes all karma disappear. So this is the power of the holy name, that it burns the karmas. And the important word to note in this verse here is prarabdha karma. Prarabdha karma is a very specific type of karma. Karma means the reactions to our previous activities. And it is described by Srila Rupa Goswami in Nectar of Devotion that there are different levels of the manifestations of the reactions of our karmas. Some of the reactions are lying in our subconscious very deeply, and we are unaware of them. And they are not even meant to manifest any visible signs in this very lifetime, but they are inside. And then some other, so this is called actually the aprarabdha. And then some form of our previous karmas are reactions manifested as some kind of tendencies. Someone has a tendency towards pious activity, for example. This is the sign that he has performed pious karmas before. And someone has a tendency towards impious karma. Or someone has a tendency, for example, to engage in drinking alcohol. So there is the tendency. A person may not be doing, but there is a tendency that as soon as there is an opportunity, could do. And then there's another form of reaction, which is more manifested, meaning that one is planning and meditating on actually drinking. And of course, all this in the end manifests as prarabdha, which means you actually do it. You do whatever. And the prarabdha means those reactions which are already manifested. And this includes our body. Our body is the reaction to whatever we have done in previous lives. It's a mixture of all our pious and impious activities. It is made of karma. So, but here we see that by chanting the holy name, even the prarabdha karma, which is the manifestation of our previous karmas, that is destroyed. That will be destroyed. So, an explanation for this is that that whatever manifestations may be there in our body of previous and specifically previous impious activities, it may be there and it may even be visible, such as somebody may have only one arm, for example, due to some past sinful activity. That person was deprived of one arm, either by birth or by accident. But this will not disqualify the person for accessing spiritual life and for it will not be a disqualification, which otherwise it would be. So this is the very power of the holy name. There was a disciple of Srila Prabhupada who got one of his arms, the right arm, blown up in Vietnam. So by the time he took initiation from Srila Prabhupada, he didn't have his right arm. So that is prarabdha karma. He doesn't have his right arm, it's gone away. So devotees were thinking, how will he ever take Brahminical initiation? Because in Brahminical work, everything is done with the right hand. But Prabhupada did give him second initiation. And he just told him, you just chant with the left hand. So this is the some very mysterious actions of the holy name, that it takes away the disqualification which comes with the material body that we have acquired due to our previous karmas, including bad karmas. So this is what Rupa Goswami is stating here, that the holy name, when it is chanted purely, it will remove all disqualifications. Next verse says, oh, this is very beautiful. Oh, holy name, I pray that my love for you may greatly increase. And then it says, in between these, it says, I pray that my love for you in your many forms. So the holy name has many forms. These are the form of Krishna, because the holy name is not different from Krishna. Your many forms, such as Agadamana, the crusher of Agasura, Yashoda Nandana, the son of Yashoda, Nanda Sunu, the son of Nanda, Kamala Nayana, lotus-eyed Lord, Gopi Chandra, the moon of the gopis, Vrindavanendra, the king of Vrindavan, Pranata Karuna, one who is merciful to the surrendered soul. So these are Krishna's names. Prabhupada always said Krishna doesn't have a name, but he is known by so many names. Ananta, Rupa, in all his different forms, he has a different name. And the name is based on his qualities and his relationships with his devotees and his activities. So we pray to the holy name that the holy name may help us to develop attraction to Krishna in all his different forms. Verse 6 is very interesting. Vacham vachakamityudeti bhavato nama swarupa dvayam. So the holy name has two swarupas. Or we could say the Lord has two swarupas. There are two swarup, two forms of the Lord. And swarup means transcendental form. And the two forms are vacham and vachakam. One is spoken, like we say Krishna. So this is a form of the Lord. And then we go to the temple and we look at the beautiful deity, the Vigraha. That is another form of the Lord. So the Lord appears sometimes visible to the eyes, through the eyes, and sometimes the Lord appears visible through the ears. So there is the name and there is the object that the name is referring to. This is called Vacham, which is the object which is described, and Vachakam, the words that describe that object. So this is the holy name and Krishna as in his various forms. So now he says, oh, holy name, you are manifest in two forms. One, the Supreme Person described by the holy name. And two, the sound vibration of the holy name. So there is Krishna, the person, and there is Krishna, the word. We know that the second form is more merciful than the first. So this means the sound, the Krishna manifested in sound is more, that is a form which is more merciful than even the Lord himself. And the Lord manifested as the deity. Even a person who commits many offenses to the first form may become always plunged into an ocean of bliss by serving the second with his voice. So when we are worshiping the deity, sometimes we make some offense. And how do we get rid of these offenses? Well, we chant. Of course, we should also ask for forgiveness to the Lord and so on. But the main thing is that we chant. And as we keep chanting, the Lord understands that we are his servant. and that we are calling out, and the holy name purifies our heart, and in this way purifies us also of any offense. The holy name is merciful. It's also merciful because in the worship of the deity, there are so many rules and regulations, and not everyone can follow these rules and regulations and therefore worship the Lord. But for the chanting of the holy name, there are no rules, no regulations. Anyone can take part. So in that way, the sound vibration is more powerful than the form of the Lord. Then he says, O name that destroys the many sufferings of they who take shelter of you. O name that is a form of delightful and intense spiritual bliss. O name that is a festival of happiness for Gokul. O perfect and complete holy name of Lord Krishna, I bow down and offer my respects to you. I bow down and offer my respect unto you. Namo Namaha. I repeatedly offer my obeisances to the holy name of the Lord. O life of Narada's Veena, O flood of the waves of sweet nectar, O holy name of Lord Krishna, please sweetly appear on my tongue. So this is also a verse that we can sing when we want to increase our chanting, or we are having difficulty in chanting. We can pray, Narada Vino Jivana. The holy name is the life of Narada's Veena. Narada is traveling all over, playing Veena, but he doesn't just play Veena, he chants the holy name of the Lord. And the holy name creates a flood of waves of sweet nectar. This is true. Anyone who chants, as we know from the beginning of spiritual life, we are able, many times people ask, how are the devotees of ISKCON able to refrain from sinful activities? How are they able to refrain from so many engagements in sense gratification? People go to the cinema, people go on holidays, people go for all kinds of drinks, and they go to restaurants, and people are always looking for entertainment. And as soon as somebody takes up the practice of bhakti, you invite them for disco, and they say, no, 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 no. You invite them to go to a beach, no, 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 no. You invite them to go anywhere, like, oh, no, no, no. And sometimes people ask, but you people are not enjoying anything. So, but it's not exactly the case. The chanting of the holy name brings a happiness that even though we do not quite perceive it, but it brings a happiness which is superior to sense gratification. And therefore, devotees are able to follow the four regulative principles. But the secret is also there. If when there is any discrepancy in our chanting, then immediately it becomes difficult to follow the four regulative principles, and thoughts of sense gratification return to the mind, because the only means by which we can be free is by chanting. So we should never forget this. The status that we have in Krishna consciousness is based on the chanting of the holy name. Otherwise, we are not qualified. We are born in the age of Kali, and that means full of sinful reactions within us. So the only way we can actually follow anything in this stage is by the chanting. The chanting is our qualification. So I hope you have liked this beautiful presentation. I will read the verse which is, I like all these verses here, but This one is very, which states that the Lord, Vacham Vakshakam Ichite Tribhavato Namaskarim Tadvayam Purvasvatparameva Hanta Karunam Tatrapi Chalimahe Yastasmi Vita Paradivaha Prani Samantadhave Asyeredam Pasasopi Sadanandam Vidhamachiti. Hare Krishna. All glories to the holy name of the Lord. I can see one more. I first finished this. Okay, next we are going to read a verse, which is a beloved verse to many devotees. And this verse is found in the Bhakti Rasamrita Sindhu. In the first part of the Bhakti Rasamrita Sindhu, and we hear of this verse in the Nectar of Devotion, when Rupa Goswami, presented by Srila Prabhupada, defines the 5 most potent forms of devotional service. So there are 5 most potent forms of devotional service. And one of them is Dhamvas or Mathuravas, Vrindavan, residing in Vrindavan. So the way that Rupa Goswami is praising this anga of bhakti residing in the Vrindavan, which can be done either physically or through the mind, the way he's praising it is by doing something which we do to the children, Prabhupada says. When you want the children to do something, you just tell them not to do it. When you tell a kid, don't do this, then when we tell a child not to do something, immediately that thing becomes very interesting. So Rupa Goswami is presenting things like this. He's actually forbidding us to go to Vrindavan. He's forbidding us to go to Vrindavan. He's forbidding us to go to the banks of the Yamuna. And he's forbidding us to meditate on Krishna, who is the Lord of the gopis. We should not do it. Very dangerous. So let us hear what the danger is. Smeram Bhangi Smeram Bhangi Traya Parichitam Sachishtiradeshtim Manchiyasta Bhartishavayaham Ujvalam Chandrakaya Govindakhyam Haritanita Keshitirthopakante Ma Prekrishnas Tavali Sakhe Bandhu Sangye Stivanga Bandhu Sangye Stivanga Astivanga Ranga. Oh, Sakhe, he says, my dear friends. He says, do not go to Vrindavan. And If by chance you happen to have gone there too late, you have already arrived, then do not go to the banks of the Yamuna. And first I would say, he says, do not go to Vrindavan. And then he says, and if you have to go there at all, do not go during the month of Kartik. And if you happen to be there in the month of Kartik, avoid the full moon day. And if you happen to be there on the full moon day, on the month of Kartik in Vrindavan, don't go to the bank of the Yamuna. And just in case somehow you're wandering there and you happen to see, oh my God, it's Vrindavan, Kartik, full moon. I'm on the bank of the Yamuna. Avoid Keshighat. Don't go to Keshighat. And if you go there, keep your eye closed. Because there, under the shining rays of the full moon, stands Smeram Bhangi Traya Parichitam. Krishna bent very, very charmingly in three places. He's standing on the bank of the Yamuna, and all his limbs are shining in the moon rays. And he's smiling. And if you see him just one time, what does it say? All your attachment to your family, friends, and everything mundane will be finished. So if you are attached, if you want to keep some attachment to all your friends and family members and all your material attachments, if you want to keep them, then don't go to Vrindavan. So this is what Rupa Goswami is instructing us here. My dear friend, if you are indeed attached to your worldly friends, do not look at the smiling face of Lord Govinda as he stands on the bank of the Yamuna at Keshighat, casting sidelong glances. He places his flute to his lips, which seem like newly blossomed twigs. His transcendental body, bending in three places, appears very bright in the moonlight. Hari Hari. So you have received your instructions. Now decide what to do. We will now hear a song. It's a bhajan, which was also compiled by Rupa Goswami, composed by Rupa Goswami. What is it? Radhe Jaya Jaya Madhava Dhaite.
Recording in progress.
Jaya Jaya Madhava Daite Radhe Jaya Jaya Madhava Daite
Jai Srimati Radharani ki Jai, Shri Shri Radha Shyam Sundar ki Jai. Next, we are going to look at a series of verses also found in the Stavamala, in which Srila Rupa Goswami has, this is a list of verses found in the Stavamala, in which Srila Rupa Goswami has displayed his expertise in composing, in Sanskrit composition actually. And this is actually an art for Sanskrit poets. It is called Chitra. Chitra has two meanings. One means wonderful. Chitram, oh, wonderful. Something extraordinary, something shocking, something wonderful that we cannot understand. That is called Chitram. And Chitra also means picture. Chitra. So these verses, there are 12 together, and they are known as the Chitrakavitvani. Rupa Goswami is not the only person who has composed such kind of verses. There are other devotees who also composed that, notably in the Ramanuja Sampradaya. We will also find this kind of compositions. So some of these verses here are Chitram because they are amazing in composition, and some of them are Chitram because they are they actually can be fit into different kinds of pictures. So to present this, we are going to rely on a PowerPoint, which was developed by the devotees of the Sanskrit school, which used to be led by Gopi Paranadhana Prabhu in Govardhan some years ago. It was a Sanskrit school, so the Srimad Bhagavad Vidyapitam. So they developed this PowerPoint here, and we are going to use it. There's a total of 12 verses. The first 4 are amazing in composition because Rupa Goswami, in order to write them, has only used selection of letters. You know, when we speak, we use the entire alphabet. But Rupa Goswami has composed verses which do not use the entire alphabet. And you can think how many letters would he use. And this particularly refers to the consonants. In language, there are 2 kinds of letters. The vowels, which are independently pronounced and are sound like A, I, U. And then there are the consonants, which require stopping the air coming out through the mouth in different ways and to create different kinds of sounds. So he has limited the use of the consonants. So we see here, what is Chitra Kavitvani? Kavitva, it means poetry, poetic verses. Chitra means wonderful. And then we see also that the translation here follows Srila Baladevi Bhushan. So we move on. Well, it takes us immediately into the verses here. So what has happened in verse number 1 is that Rupa Goswami has used only 2 consonants here. The topic of the verse that he has composed here is about rasa. It's about rasa, which is the pleasure derived from relationships. That's been translated by Srila Prabhupada in pursuance of Bhaktisiddhanta Saraswati as mellow. So we are talking of rasa, and because we are talking of rasa, which contains only ra and sa, he has composed a verse describing Krishna entering the rasa dance. Is this the slide? Okay, move to the next then. What's the next? No, this can't be the slide. There must be something before. Yes, then. Next. Yes. Oh. Okay. No, this is not it. Just 1 second. See? Sorry, we missed out the introductory verse here to this Chitrakalipani. That Rupa Goswami said, Dushkarani kavitvani yakaroti mahabalaha Shri Rupa kavibhukome sadeya tutti sampadam. This is a verse compiled by Baladevi Jabhushana, as we heard that this translation is made after him. May Sri Rupa, the mighty king of poets, who composes poetical verses that are extremely difficult to compose, grant me the wealth of intelligence needed to understand them. So let us go now to this verse here, which is a verse with only 2 consonants. He has used only the consonant R and the consonant Sa. So let us read it. Rasa sara susaro rasurare susara saha sansara sira saura se suriram susara saha. So naturally, this sounds is a specific type of sound as we sing it, and here we see the description of Krishna filled with transcendental amorous desire, the son of Nanda, who showers forth nectar, whose thighs are strong, who is the enemy of the demons, and who is the sword that cuts down the cycle of repeated birth and death, entered the rasa dance, holding a lotus flower. We can see the picture. In the next verse, Rupa Goswami has also used only 2 consonants. And in this verse, he is describing Krishna as the thief. So the thief is called in Sanskrit, one word is chor, chora. So therefore, he has used only the consonants cha and ra. Okay, let's go. And here. Chachoruro chiruchorar chiroram charachare chauracharo chirachiram ruchacharu rachuchurat. Acting like a thief, the broad-chested son of Nanda, the most handsome person in the world, quickly stole the gopis' garments. He was attractive because of his splendor, and his beauty was enhanced by the sandal paste adorning him. Let us look at the next verse. This is the picture here. It's actually describing Krishna as he stole the garments of the young gopis on the bank of the Yamuna. In the next verse, again, two consonants have been used. And this time we are talking of Giridhari. Giridhari, the holder of Govardhan Hill. So this is a beautiful description of Krishna under the hill. And because Dhari has two consonants, so he has used here Dha and Ra. This is the description of Krishna and the Govardhan Hill as is looked upon by Srimati Radharani. Dhare dhara dhara dharam dhara dhara dhura ridhi dhira dhira radha dhirodham radha dhuram dharam. Beneath Govardhan Hill, which was blocking the forceful attack of the devastating clouds, steady-minded Radha worshipped the Supreme Lord, who held up the hill and removed the anguish of his devotees. Baladev Vishyabhushan has actually commented a lot on this verse here. Because the word here uses dhara, dhara, dharam. That's Krishna here who is holding the holder of dhara, the earth. The earth is called dhara because she holds everything. But it is said that the earth itself is held by the mountains because they are the stones and the mountains. If you look at the descriptions of the universal form, you will find that the mountains are the bones of, in general, of the universal form. So the mountains, they are supporting the earth. And so Krishna becomes the holder of the holder of the holder. So this is what is meant here by dhara, dhara, dharam. We will go to verse number 4. And this one, I hope, will make you laugh. In this one, Rupa Goswami has used only one consonant. And he has used the consonant na. Na. Na as in, the last word here is nanu. Nanu. Nanu is an expression which is used when someone is bringing an objection. In the last 3 verses, Krishna has been praised. Krishna has been praised. So someone may say, why do you praise Krishna so much? You know, what about him? So now the answer is given. Why Krishna is praised, or why shouldn't he be praised after all? It says, did not the many-headed Lord Brahma, who impels the various demigods of prayers with tears streaming down from his face, trying to pacify Lord Krishna, the killer of Shakatasura. So why should we not praise him? Even the creator of the universe is praising Krishna. Minam nano nanam nunam nano nunano yuni nani nanam minuni nam nano nana nani. Ah, you did laugh.
Can you sing it again?
Can you sing it? Okay, we'll sing it again. Minun nano nanam nunam nano nana nuni nani nanam minuni nam nana nana nano. Now the thing is that you should understand, like each and every word is a real word. It's not that, like in English, when they don't know the word, they say na 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 na. Or in French, they say la 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 la. No, it's not that one. Each and every word actually has a meaning. Yeah, it says ninuna. It starts with ninunano. So ninuna means driven away. Ana is talking of the cart demon. And it is in a particular case here. So it's ana. And then it is ananam, by whom the life. And then there's nunam, which means certainly. Na means not. Anuna means completely. Unna means wet with tears. Ananaha. Anana, we may know. Chandranana. It means face. Anana means face. Anuni means trying to pacify. Nana means various. Inanam, of the demigods. Ninut, who is the impeller. Na means not. Inam, to the Lord. Na, not allowed, offered prayers. Nana Anana, the many-headed Lord Brahma. And Nanu means, oh, you disputant, why do you say that Krishna should not be praised? And just see the praise. We'll do it one more time. This one is really good. Ninannano nanam ninam nanu nonnanano nini nani nanam ninunninam nanam nananolo. So these were the extraordinary compositions with just a few letters. Can you turn this here? It's too much on my ear. Yes, good. Now we are going to start another aspect of the Chitra Kavitani, which is verses which are represented in pictures. The first one is called Chakra Bandha, the wheel formation. You can see the design here, and you see what is happening is that the verse, all the different lines of the verse actually fit in the axis of the wheel and in the wheel itself. So I will sing the verse. This is a very, very beautiful verse. We'll sing the verse first, and then we will see how it fits in the wheel. Gandha Krishna Gurun Madalini Vane Hara Prabhati Slutam Sampushlantam Upaskrita Dhaniya Vivinchi Shriyo Ranjakam Sadyastungita Vipramam Surivrite Shitale Sokyade Devam Nagabujam Sadara Samayam Tannaumi Kanchilude. The meaning of this, in a secluded forest, which attracts swarms of maddened bees with its fragrance, which contains many decorated paths, and which gives pleasure with its cool breezes, I always glorify a certain Lord in order to attain spiritual bliss. That rasa-laden Lord, the maintainer of his devotees, is flooded with the splendor of many necklaces. His arms are like snakes. He immediately increases the agitation within the heart, and he tinges the luster of the Yamuna's waves with the luster of his nails, lips, yellow cloth, necklaces, bracelets, and crown. So, as it is, it's a very beautiful description. If we go to the next slide, we'll see how this actually is represented in a wheel formation. Okay, here is the wheel formation. Let's go further. Now, Achutokata, you who are operating everything, dopes, wait for me. So the words, the syllables are going to appear here. So please go ahead, Achyutagata. Yes, and you have to go a little fast. Ganda Krishna Gurun Matani Vane Hara Prabhati Frutam. Yes. Sampushnampamupaskritavadhani Yami Vichi Sriyoranjakam Sadyas Gita Vikramam Sonibrite Shitanile Sukyadehe. And then Devam Nagabhujam Sada Samayam Tam Nomi Kanchimde. To this we say, bravo. So what is happening here? This is description of Krishna as he's in the forest, the beauty of the Lord in the forest. Now there is something more with this verse. If you go to the next slides, we'll see. An extra speciality of this verse is that Rupa Goswami has ingeniously placed a hidden signature inside the spokes of the wheel. The signature is not apparent in the verse. It becomes visible only when the verse is drawn in the wheel formation. So when you read the verse line by line, you won't know. But when you put it in the wheel formation, then you discover a secret. That inside the wheel, it's actually written, this verse has been compiled by Rupa. See now, can you please show us? Here we go. So you can see these are specific syllables which are here as we were reading in this line here. It said Ganda Krishna Gurun Madhavani Mane. So here in this Ganda Kr, there is a Kr. Ganda Krishna Guru. So you see, so if you isolate these, you have to search, you know. Yeah. Krishna Stuti Rasau. So this means that this particular verse, this prayer to Krishna was composed by Rupa. Next. Next, we have the Sarpa Bandha, the snake formation. Let us read the verse. This is verse 6. Rase saranga sangha chitanavanalina praya vakshastadama barha lankara hara spuradamalamah raga chitre jayaya gopalo jasaviti lalipahipavasari hatmastiratma navyo jasam chanopashita vitatavalo vikshadangam bhavase. All right. So this is going to come in the this is going to come. This is like this is one snake. You see one head and one tail, right? But it's a very long snake. So the snake is actually very intricately curled. Okay, so let us see where is the first. Let us find the first line. Where is the first line?
Under his head.
Can you show us the next slide? Or just press that. Okay, that's it. Don't move. So here in blue, you see that the I didn't mention in the previous one. It's like, yeah, I forgot to mention in the chakra formation that you could see that some of the letters are used several times. Huh? Some of the letters are used twice, the ones that are in the wheels, some of them are used twice, and then the one in the middle is used like 4 times. So there's the central one, and then everything rotates around it. So here, similarly, if you see, it comes down and then it twirls around at some point, and one letter is used twice. Okay, so we're going to read that. All right, so this is the blue line here. Rase saranga sangha chitta navanalina praya vakshastadama. Then if you press, you'll see the next one. This is no, this is not the next one. You missed something, is it? You missed one. What's the next one? This one is the next one. Barahalankara Spuradamahara Chitre Jayaya. Okay. And then we have the third one. The third one says go. Where's the go? Down. Down. Okay. Oh, I don't see it here. Gopalo Dasaviti Lalita Hitaravaspara Hasa Stiratma. And then the last one. What is the last one? Navyo Jasram Chanopa Shita Vitata Bhalo Bhiksharangam Vabhase. We have it. Okay, let's go to the next one. So this is actually a description. This was actually a description of the Rasa dance here. Yes, in the Rasa dance, which was speckled with the many pure glistening colors of peacock feathers, ornaments, and necklaces, Lord Gopal saw the dancing ground and shone brilliantly to increase his own glory. His chest was decorated with a flesh lotus garland, attracting many bees, and he was smiling broadly in response to the auspicious, pleasing sounds made by his devotees. Steady at heart and eternally young, he resorted to a suitable strength in the Rasa festival. Let's go to the next. The next is Padma Bandha. It's a lotus formation. Very beautiful. The lotus formation. This is a shorter verse. Kalavakya sadaloka kalodara milavaka kavaladhyadhitanuka kanuta bhirbalaka. Now let us see how this is functioning here. You see how to read it. Can we press this next one? Yes, so here you have the direction how to read it. It starts from the middle, which has a ka. And then it goes up, and then it goes on the side, and then it comes back in. Right? So we are ready to read it. Maybe go to the next. Sure. Yes, here, okay. Kala, it says Kala Vakya Sadal. It says Kadavakya Sadaloka. You can read it. It goes from the center up, side, back to the center. Kalavakya Sadaloka. And then it says, again, it starts from the middle to the right, then down and up. Kalodara Milavaka. And then from middle to down and left side and back to the center. Kavaladhyad Bhutanuka Kanuta Bhirvalaka Kalodara Milavaka. No, it starts at that. Kalavakya Sada Loka Kalodara Mivalaka Kavaladhyad Bhutanuka Kanuta Bhirvalaka. The meaning is also very beautiful. O Lord, who speaks sweetly, Kalavakya, O Lord, seen by the saintly devotees, Sadaloka, O supreme artist, O protector, O you who appear wonderful, carrying a morsel of food, O Lord, followed by Shiva, O Lord, prayed to by Brahma, O coward boy, please appear before me. Okay, now we go to the next. This is number 8. Fasten your seat belts. Pratilomya nulomya samam. Reading the same forwards and backwards. Okay, so let's see what it is here. We'll read this. First, we'll read it. Taisar dhara dhara tibhayata madariha haridamayata. Sorry, haridamataya bhati radha radha rasayita. This is also a description of the rasa dance. The presiding deity of the rasa dance with the gopis appeared splendid, being adorned with a charming garland. His beauty is enhanced by his holding of Govardhan hill, which is increasing in size due to the great ecstasy it feels from his touch. That handsome deity, the killer of his arrogant enemies, relished the sweet rasa from Radha's worship. So now I think it should be mentioned somewhere, is it? No, it is not mentioned. Okay, we'll look at it. So can you look at it? No, go back to that verse because this is very interesting here. Tayisara dhara dhara tibhayata madariha. So this is what you read in the first line. Now, if you go to the second line, you go to the end and you compare. You see the last syllable, ta, and the first syllable, ta, are the same. And the one before last is yi, and the second one is yi. The third one is sa, and the third one before last, that is sa. So if you can read it backwards, tayira, tayisa, radhara, dhara, tibhayata madha, riha. So difficult. It says tayisa radhara dhara tibhayata madariha. Tayisa radhara dhara tibhayata tibhayata madariha. It is the same backwards and forwards. So this is which means that actually you don't need to write the two lines. You can just write the first line, because the first line read backwards is the second line. And the second line read backwards is the first line. If you see, Tayi Saradhara Dhara Tibhaya Tamadari Ha. This is the first line. If you read it backwards, what does it say? Haridhamayata Bhati Radha Radha Salita. So in one line, you get two lines, you save space. Because they had to write on the palm leaves, so it takes lots of effort. I'm joking. So next, let us see the next. Now, Gomutrika Bandha, that was urine. Well, that only those who live in countries where they can see cows and bulls on the road know what this means. That usually the bulls, they sometimes they pee while walking. We're not being funny, that's the way they do it. The bulls, they pee by walking. And usually they pee from the bottom of their belly, the way the bull's body is made, right in the middle of their belly. That's where the urine comes from. So as they walk on the road, somehow or other, oops, there's an explosion. No. So somehow or other, as they walk and they pee at the same time, so their body is moving left, right. So the urine is falling on the road, and it makes a zigzag, design. Anyone who has been in India or in a country where you see that, you can see it. There's a zigzag on the road. And then it dries up and you can see there's a zigzag on the road. This is the Go Mutrika. Go means cow and it means bull also. So this is for the bulls actually. Go Mutrika Bandha. So we will read it first of all. Samallarange Ramishta Pullasara Mudejita Shramanira Dhara Tushta Ballavira Sadevata. So now you see the formation here. There's a design which has been given, and if you press further, you will see. So actually, there are 3 lines, and they are meant to be read like this in zigzag. It's a zigzag. Up is the first line, and down is the second line. If you press, you get the second line. Yes. So the letters which are in the middle, they are used twice all the time. This is how you can read it in the form of a design. So when you read it, you take the sa, then you go down to ma, and then you go to la, and la, range. Samallarange rameshtha Pullasara Mudedhita Shramanira Dhara Tushta Ballavi Rasadevata. This is how you read it. Zigzag. Next. In the wrestling arena, that presiding deity of the rasa dance with the gopis became satisfied. He was desired by all the women there. His strength had blossomed. He was elated, and he was perspiring due to fatigue. So this is a description of Krishna in Mathura, in the arena of Kamsa. Here he is. Next. Okay, we have a couple more to go. Muraja Bandha. Muraja is a drum. So we have a drum formation here, which is on the ropes, the ropes around the mridanga. Shubhasana Sasara Sri Rabhasandra Masalabha Bharasa Mahasarita Tarasara Sasarita. Okay, so next we will see here how to read it. There are different ways to read it. One is that you can read it straight here. So it's like the marks are on the ropes. So if you go straight, Shubha Sarasa Sarasri Shubha Subha Sarasa Sarasri. Just go straight in straight line. First way to read it is in straight lines, okay? But there's other ways to read it. What are the other ways to read it? Next is like this. Oh! Next. So there is 1, 2, 3, 4 different lines, and they all are, you can read them in different ways. So let us see. This is the first one. Subhasarasa Sarasri. This is the first line. Next one. Oh, wow. Where does it start? Pra. Okay, pra is there. No, wait. Where are you going? Prabha Sambramasarabha. And next one. Bharasa Mahasavitta. And next. That's easy. Tarasa Rasa Savitam. Okay, bravo. Next. So here we read, I think where is the translation here? Do we have the translation of this one? Oh, yes. His bodily, Krishna's bodily luster, like that of a splendid sapphire, the presiding deity of the rasa dance with the gopis, the destroyer of the burden of the earth, from whom comes opulence, fitness, and a shower of auspiciousness, quickly and gloriously produced an abundance of rasa. This is Krishna here. Now the next one, wait, because we already had one that could read backwards and forwards, but now we have one that reads the same backwards and forwards as well as upwards and downwards. It's called good on every side, Sarvato Bhadra. Bhadra means auspicious or good. So Sarvato Bhadra. Okay, this is the verse here. Rasavahavasara salalasa salalasa balarama maralava hasamadadamasaha. So Rupa Goswami has put it into a, what you call it? What would you call this? A grid. It's a grid. So he has put it into a grid. So, So first there is a grid. If you look at the grid, the first line is the first line of the verse. Rasa vaha ha vasara. And if you look at the second line, it is the second line of the verse. Salalasa salalasa. Valarama Maralava. So, okay, we have the verse, but then we see the verse is reflected again one more time. The fourth line is repeated as the fifth line here. Ha samada damasaha is repeated again here. Valarama ma Valarama Marava. Then again, the second line is repeated. Then the fourth, it's the first line is repeated. And so it's like there's a reflection. The verse is reflected upside down. So, and what, no, wait. And you see, so what that means, that is true here. He has shown that if you take a quarter of it, it's actually the base. The quarter is the base. And this quarter, which has rasa vaha, is reflected into another quarter, which is like opposite, ha vasara. You see, ras. And then the second line also is like it's opposite, and it's opposite also downwards. So what it means is you can read it from right to left, Rasa Vaha Havasara, and you can read it backwards also. Rasa Vaha Havasara Havasara, Rasa Vaha Havasara. So you can read it in all directions. And not only this, now you can move actually. When you go here, you don't even need anything else. You can just read it here, which saves space again. You see, you go first line back and forth. Rasa vaha vasara, salalasa salalasa, valarama maralava, hasama dadama hasara saha. And excuse me, that was backward and forward, but you can also do it up and down. Rasa vaha vasara, salalasa salalasa, valarama maralava. Hasamada Damasaha. I heard, wow. Now you understand these compositions. How do you get to compose of this? You need a special kind of engine. It's extraordinary, meaning, and you hear in the, when we read the 10th canto of Srimad Bhagavatam, particularly the exchanges between Krishna and the gopis during the rasa dance, you hear how Krishna is speaking, and his words can mean different things. And similarly, the gopis are answering, and their words can be taken in different ways. So this is the, speech, very refined speech on the transcendental platform, so refined that you can come up with these kind of compositions. And you can also come up with same words meaning different things. So very wonderful. So this takes us out of this world. This is it here. And it means something. It's not that it's just words. That handsome deity, the initiator of the rasa dance, who gained strength from the coquettish gestures of women sported wonderfully, filled with amorous desire and taking pleasure in his own strength, he wouldn't tolerate being subdued by anyone else because he was intoxicated with the pride of youth, and his smiles and laughter defeated Cupid. Okay, more to come. This is the rasa dance, actually, description, water pastimes. Brahat Padma Bandha, the big lotus formation. So we had a small lotus formation, which was very beautiful. Now we have a big lotus formation with a big verse. Tara praspar talam sarava sarasalam bhasuryasam subhalam papatnam gopalam karanaharakanam neelatriparilam charugrivam shuchalam ratamadamataram shetasapitachelam shitakaspita shilam varayavarabalam vasudevam subalam. This is the lotus formation. So here the middle is lam. And you can see how it goes. You go out of the middle. No. It starts in the petal. So it starts in the petal. Each petal has two, the middle petal, the front petals, and they have two syllables. Then it goes to the back petal, which also has two syllables, and then it comes back using the two previous syllables, and it goes back to the middle. So this is how it looks here. So it starts here with ta. Tara praspara ratalam sara bhasa rasalam bhasurasyam subhalam papagnam gopapalam kara naha rakalam nira bridha ruchalam charu grivam ruchalam rata dama taralam cheta sa pita chelam shita praspita shilam vara yava ravalam vasudevam subalam. One thing to note is there is one syllable in here, va, suvalam. It should be subalam. But in Sanskrit, the va and the ba are considered same. If you hear any Bengalis, what do they say? Brindaban. Brindaban. So in Bengali, the va and the ba, they are being interchanged. And in Sanskrit, the va and ba, they are considered same. So they are like, you say, produced with the lips, va, ba, va, ba. One is completely closed lips and one is the teeth and the lips. So they have played with this. Rupa Goswami has used the va and the ba, interchangeably. We like it?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay, we go to the next. What do we have in store? Okay, this is the translation here, and it's also very beautiful. With all your heart, please accept that beautiful boy, the son of Vasudeva, who is the joyful giver of rasa. His loud, rhythmic clapping is characterized by its clarity. His sweet songs steal the mind of the hearer. His face is radiant like the moon. His neck and forehead are extremely charming, and he's trembling due to the intoxication of conjugal bliss. Dark like a host of monsoon clouds, and wearing yellow garments, he beautifies those around him with his effulgence. His cooling virtues remove the suffering of material existence. Possessed of great strength, he is the destroyer of sins and the protector of the cowherd man. Okay. This was actually the last verse. Shri Chaitanya Mano Bhishtam Sthapitam Yena Bhutale Swayam Rupa Kadamaiham Dadati Swapadantikam. When will Srila Rupa Goswami Prabhupada, who has established within this material world the mission to fulfill the desire of Lord Chaitanya, give me shelter under his lotus feet? So by hearing these poetries, we can increase our desire, our eagerness to actually get the association of the Goswamis and the association of Rupa Goswami. And as we heard yesterday, Rupa Goswami in the spiritual world manifests as a very beautiful young gopi. So going to the spiritual world, we have to look forward. We may not be at the level of being ready, but we have to look forward to progress in spiritual life and to get into this kind of interactions. Why not? Instead of doing so many things in this world which are lame, why not play? That's our original nature. What is the program now? Okay, we still have time. Very good. Okay, so we still have time. So therefore, we were just talking that we should develop our eagerness. So I'll just read one verse here. We'll sing one verse, which is a verse expressing eagerness. Yes, eagerness for perfection in devotional service. There are two kinds of perfection in devotional service. One is the perfection of actually realizing one's spiritual existence and entering into the lila of the Lord. That's usually understood to be the perfection, is to enter the lila of the Lord instead of coming back to this material world. And but another stage of perfection, which is of course connected to that, is to become a transcendental sadhaka, one who is situated in that level of practice where one is simply only aspiring to enter Krishna's pastimes and to actually have darshan of Krishna. So this prayer here by Srila Rupa Goswami is the aspiration to become that kind of sadhaka who is actively serving, actively searching for Krishna. And I was saying before that actually these verses, they are manifestations of the emotions, the transcendental emotions and states of consciousness of Rupa Goswami, of the advanced devotees. And the mood with which they have been written is carried within the sound. It is carried within the sound. And if we hear them properly, we would say, in one sense, we will catch that mood. So I remember the day I found this verse. The day I met this verse was, I actually became attracted to the sound of the Sanskrit. Usually with verses, we need to know what they mean. And then we understand what they mean. And because we like the meaning, we learn the Sanskrit. But for me, this one was the opposite. I read the Sanskrit and I became so attracted to the Sanskrit itself. So, and I started to chant it. And these verses, they are, all of them are sung, as you saw, with different kinds of melodies. Usually you attach a melody to it. Some melodies are traditional and some melodies you can compose them. So I composed a melody, and it came very naturally. I read that verse and some melody came. And that's the way I was reading that verse. And I was so very happy reciting that verse with the melody that had manifested in my heart. But I still didn't know the meaning of the verse. I met the verse, read the Sanskrit, liked it. A melody came up and I sang with that melody. So I'm going to sing this verse with that melody. And it's only after I read the verse that I understood, oh, how bizarre, or how chitram, how wonderful. The melody matches the meaning and the mood of this verse. So it was a very interesting experience to show that the mood of the person who compiled the verse is carried by the verse and you can catch it. So I will recite the verse in that melody that come to my mind. And then you can think, what kind of mood comes to your mind before reading the translation? So this verse, Achita Kata, if you could show it without the translation, it would be great. Otherwise, I'll just sing it and you show it later. It's entitled, there's no title to it. It's from the Stavamala text 106. So this is the version. So you hear it and try to capture some kind of mood. What is the mood of this verse? Kada vrindaranye mihiraduto sanghamahite muhuram Bhamam Charitalahari Gokulapate Lapando Chair Nayana Payasam Viraham Karishye Shokan Nividam Pasekam Vitapinam. So you have heard mood. Did it carry a mood for you hearing that verse? No. Anyone perceived any mood in this verse? Hmm? Hmm. I read it one more time. Okay. Kada vrindaranye nihirdutu sangamahite muhur bhamam charitalahari gokulapate lapanuchair nayana payasam viraham Karishye sotkantho nividam pasekam vitapinam. So,
Hankering and separation.
yes, somebody says here, hankering and separation. This is, you can hear the heart is speaking. It's a hankering. It's a feeling of separation. So listen to the translation now. When in Vrindavan forests, which is glorified by the Yamuna's touch, will I continually wander, filled with the mental pastimes of Gokul's king Krishna, and thickly sprinkling the trees with streams of tears from my eyes. This is the aspiration of the Bhava Bhakta. When will I be doing that instead of looking for the local shop so I can buy a bottle of water? When will I be wandering on the banks of the Yamuna and searching for for Krishna with tears flowing from my eyes due to separation from him. Do we still have time? How much time? 15 minutes. Hare Krishna. We are going to read the beautiful compilation by Rupa Goswami. It is another Ashtakam. First we heard the Nam Ashtakam, which is very beautiful. Now we are going to hear the Yamuna Ashtakam. And this is very beautiful because Yamuna is very beautiful. Yamuna, first of all, as a river, flows through Vrindavan. And at the times of the manifestation of Krishna's pastimes, Yamuna was extremely beautiful, deep blue waters. And Yamuna is blue. One time I was actually coming by flight from Bangalore, and I was flying. When I arrived it was in May, June, when everything is very dry in northern India. And when I arrived in the area of Agra, the area near Vrindavan, I actually saw from the plane, I saw the Yamuna, dark blue, very, very dark blue. Ganga is not that color, Shweta is a different color. The Jamuna is blue, and so I could see that from the sky. Okay, and now there's very particular composition of this Ashtaka. You will see that it goes, as we said, that the lines in the verses are a succession of syllables, and there are two kinds of syllables. Some are long, or what do you say, indented. They are long and heavy, indented, like you press on them when you speak, like in Rama. You understand? Rama. So Ra is long R, so it is long, and you also press on it. It's Ra, and then there is a Ma. So the A is short and light. So it is Rama. Or if you have, for example, Sita, so it's too long and pressing. Krishna. So the first one is heavy. The second one is short. So in this verse, it's one heavy, one light, one heavy, one light, one heavy, one light. Dhaturam takasya patane viharini prekshayati patino pitapa sindhuta sesha chitrabandhini mam gunatu sarvadara bindabandhunandini. May Sri Yamuna, who is the daughter of Suryadev, who saves us from having to enter the city of our brother, Yamaraj, the sight of whom enables the most sinful persons to cross the ocean of sin, and the sweetness of whose water charms their heart. Haribari Paraya Himandi Koru Khandava Mundarika Mandalo Jadandashari Kandava Snamitama Tamaroga Papa Sampadandini Magunatu Sangatara Vindapandhunandi. May Sri Jamuna, who is the daughter of Suryadev, who decorates the great Kandhava forest with a stream of pleasant waters, who is filled with lotus flowers and dancing birds, and who blinds the terrible sins of they who desire to bathe in her, always purifying. Nandanandanandasangapurvardhini Sangamabhilashi Mangalanupandile Mampurati Sarvadara Bindapandhunandile. May Sri Jamuna, who is the daughter of Suryadev, a drop of whose water destroys the sinful reactions of the people, who creates a great flood of confidential pure devotional service to Lord Nandanandana, and who brings auspiciousness to they who desire to live on her shore, always purifying them. Rupotsava Jutta Sapta Sindhu Bhedini Shri Mukunda Nirmitori Vijiteni Bhedini Antikandali Devendani Mampuratu Sarvadara Bindabandhunandi. May Sri Jamuna, who is the daughter of Suryadev, who divides the 7 oceans and 7 continents, who witnessed many of Lord Mukunda's transcendental pastimes, and whose splendor rebukes a host of sapphires, always purify me. Maturena Mandalena Charunadimandita Premananda Vaishnavastamaya Pandita Vita Vilasa Padmanabha Padalanjali Mam Punati Sarvadara Vinabandhanani. May Sri Jamuna, who is the daughter of Suryadev, who is decorated by the beautiful district of Mathura, who expertly protects they who follow the path of loving devotional service, and who, with the playful motions of the waves that are arms, offers respectful obeisance. Ranitya Rangamana Gokadana Bhishwara Bhushita Nilasangamabhinandini Mampunatu Sarvadara Dhirubandhunandini. May Sri Jamuna, who is the daughter of Suryadev, whose charming shores are decorated with many glowing towers, who is filled with many splendid and fragrant kadamba flowers, and who is delighted to have the company of Lord Krishna's devotees, always purifying him. Pullapachamalikancha Hamsa Laksha Puchita Bhaktivinda Deva Siddha Kimarani Puchita Jiragandhavaha Kanda Sannabandharandini Mam Punatu Sarvadara Vinabandhanandini. May Sri Jamuna, who is the daughter of Suryadev, who is filled with the warblings of thousands of joyous Malika swans, who is worshipped by the Vaishnavas, by the Devas, Siddhas, and Kinnaras, and the slightest scent of the fragrant breeze moving on whose shores stops the cycle of repeated birth and death, always purifying him. Chitvinashalayi Pura Bhuvasvaratini Kirtitapi Dharmadori Papamarhatapini Mayadende Nandananda Radha Mam Punatu Sarvadara Dharabandhunandini. May Sri Jamuna, who is the daughter of Suryadev, who is the famous, splendid spiritual river flowing through the Bhuva and Swa planets, who burns away the greatest sins and who is fragrant with scented ointments from Lord Krishna's transcendental body, always purifying me. Now, we have read 8 verses. The last one is asking for or is giving a benediction. Dushtabhuntirashtakena nirmalornicheshtutam Tvamanena bhavapushti sarvadeva veshtutam Nishtabhiti vardhayastu sarvapapimochane Bhakti puramashtadevi kalochane. O lotus-eyed one, O daughter of Shridev, O rescuer from all sins, please flood with pure devotional service that person who, reciting these 8 prayers with a cheerful heart, glorifies you, whose waves are pure and splendid, and who is accompanied by all the demigods. Hare Krishna, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Hare. So this is a prayer to Yamuna. As we know in Vrindavan, remaining from the times of Krishna's manifest pastimes is the Yamuna, Giri Govardhans, and the Brajaraj. And all these 3 have the power to purify our heart in such a way that we can become a recipient for the love of Krishna. So we sing this prayer not just to recite it as a beautiful recitation, but we actually pray to Yamuna Devi to please purify our heart, and to bestow upon us pure devotional sense. And it is after praying to the holy name, praying to Yamuna, praying to Govardhan, praying to Vrindavan, that we can get the mercy to so pray more for the mercy of Krishna, the mercy of Radharani. In general, we pray to everybody. We don't make any distinctions because we need a lot of mercy. Okay, so are we? Huh? Okay. So then we will read one verse. We are waiting now for Nityananda Prabhu, who will make another presentation. We'll recite one verse here. Somebody is looking for him? Oh no, we will do this one. Yeah, this is very nice. When Lord Chaitanya Mahaprabhu was in Jagannath Puri, he attended the Ratha Yatra every year. And one of the years, Srila Rupa Goswami had gone there to meet him. And he was observing Lord Chaitanya very closely. He was so attracted to Lord Chaitanya. And as you know, they were very close associates. So something happened once when Lord Chaitanya was in the Ratha Yatra. He used to chant the Hare Krishna Mahamantra. He used to chant Hare Hare Namah Krishna. He used to chant Hari Hari. And then sometimes he used to chant verses. And one day, when he was in great ecstasy, he started singing a verse that actually belonged to some kind of mundane kavya or mundane poetry. It was actually a romantic song. Lord Chaitanya started chanting some kind of romantic song. And so the devotees who were around him, they became a bit bewildered. What's happening to Mahaprabhu today? They were used to having him enter ecstasy and do various kinds of things. And there were quite amazing manifestations of the ecstasy of Lord Chaitanya, the interaction of the internal potency and the material elements was creating some kind of transformations in his body, in his mind, in his speech. And so that day he started chanting a verse that was more of a mundane type of romantic expression. So we will sing that song. And Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, Srila Rupa Goswami, like everybody else, although he would keep himself at a little distance, we discussed that yesterday, how Rupa Goswami always felt so humble and low. And he would not mix with the direct associates of Lord Chaitanya unless they would come to him. So he was staying at a little distance and he was hearing. And as he was hearing, he actually understood the meaning, which others could not perceive. Only Swarup Damodar could understand. And Rupa Goswami could understand. And then after he went back to, yesterday we saw the picture, he was living in a hut with Haridas Thakur next to the Siddha Bakul tree. So he went back there and immediately he composed another verse which reflected what Chaitanya Mahaprabhu meant. Because Mahaprabhu was singing a mundane verse, but he meant something which was not mundane. So let us hear, we will hear the two verses. So this is the first verse here. This is found in Chaitanya Charitamrita. One reference I have is Madhya Lila 158. I think it comes somewhere else as well. Yatomara Harasare Bhagavastaye Chaitra Te conmini te male Cristo Abhaya Prodha Dhamma Sachevas Mita. Oh, sorry. Oh, sorry, there's a wrong writing here, which is very, very. I'll start again. Yakumara Harashaya Varastaya Chaitra Chapas. Te conmini te male Cristo Abhaya Prodha Dhamma Sachelas Vitatapita Suratya Paranila Vibhao Revaroda Siveta Sita Rutamechita Samvikantate. That very personality who stole away my heart during my youth is now again my master. These are the same moonlit nights of the month of Chaitra. The same fragrance of malati flowers is there, and the same sweet breezes are blowing from the Kadamba forest. In our intimate relationship, I am also the same lover. Still, my mind is not happy here. I am eager to go back to that place on the bank of the river, under the Vetasi tree. That is my desire. So this is the words of a lover who is meeting a beloved after many years. But it's not the same place where they used to meet before. And so he's saying that it's nice and we still love each other and everything looks the same, but still I am not happy here. I wish to return to that time when we were on the Reva River and under a Vetasi tree. And he's remembering like the early days of their love, of their loving relationship, and wants to return to that place and experience again these early days of their relationship. So this is what Mahaprabhu was singing. And this is a mundane song about a girl and a boy, or a man and a woman. So Rupa Goswami heard it and he understood. It's not that Mahaprabhu is in Maya. He's using that song to express his feelings because this is Ratha Yatra. And Mahaprabhu is in the mood of Radha. And Jagannath is Krishna. But which Krishna? It is Krishna it's Dwarkadish, in Kurukshetra. And they are meeting after many years. And as they see each other, they feel their relationship has not changed. It is still the same. But Radharani is not happy. She doesn't like Krishna. He's surrounded by horses and elephants and guards. He's wearing shoes. He's all dressed up. She's not happy. She wants to take him. That's the Ratha Yatra. She wants to take him back to Vrindavan. She wants to put a peacock feather on his head. She wants to see him under the Kadamba tree. So Rupa Goswami understood this, and he wrote a verse which says the same things, but expresses the heart, not just the external words. This is what he wrote. This is Amchalila 179. Soyam Krishna Sahachari Kurukshetra Militas Tatha Hamsaradha Samidamubhayo Sangama Sukham Tathapyanta Kelam Madhura Murali Panchamajushe Manome Kalindi Pulina Lipina Yesprihariti. My dear friend, now I have met my very old and dear friend Krishna on this film of Kurukshetra. I am the same Radharani, and now we are meeting together again. It is very pleasant. But still, I would like to go to the bank of the Yamuna, to the bank of the Kalindi, beneath the trees of the forest there. Oh, I wish so much to hear the vibration of his sweet flute playing the fifth note within that forest of Vrindavan. So this is what Radharani was actually saying or feeling. And so this is what Rupa Goswami expressed. So the pastime with this is that Rupa Goswami wrote it, and then he tucked it. It's like here you have this roof. He had a roof like this, so he tucked it somewhere in the roof, so it doesn't fly away. And then he went to the sea. He went to take his noon bath, and Mahaprabhu every day used to pass by on his way to the sea. He used to pass by. So he came and he was calling, Haridas, Rupa, nobody is here. And Mahaprabhu went inside the hut and nobody is there. Then he came out, he saw, oh, where is this? Because he knew Rupa Goswami is always writing. So he just took it and he read the verse. And he read the verse and he understood this verse is my heart. That's what he said. This and then Rupa Goswami came back and he slapped him. he paid Rupa Goswami paid his flat obeisances, and then Mahaprabhu came and he got him up and he slapped him. And he said, how do you know my heart? How do you know? How do you know my heart? It was secret. Nobody understood. And you wrote everything down for everyone to know. So this is from that point that Rupa Goswami then was praised as Sri Chaitanya Manobhishtam, one who knows the mind or the heart of Lord Chaitanya. So that was very nice. And then Mahaprabhu reported to Swarup Damodar, you know what happened? Rupa Goswami actually understood what I was singing on the Ratha Yatra. How is that possible? Nobody knows my heart. How is that possible? And then Swarup Damodar said, my Lord, unless you bestow your mercy, no one can know. Then Mahaprabhu said that you are right. When I met him in Prayag, I bestowed my mercy upon him. Seeing what? His humility. Seeing his humility, I bestowed. Not he said my mercy, he said, all my That's why we are worshiping him. And the Prabhu, whom we very, very warm Prabhu is going to, actually he's Sanskrit scholar. But at the same time, he is an artist and musician. And he is going to present to us a rendition of some of the Ashtakas of Rupa Goswami with musical arrangement. So let us hear. Nityananda Prabhu, are you here? Yes, I see somebody is connecting to audio. Here we are. Yes, Hare Krishna, Nityananda Prabhu. Vanchakalpatarvyascha kripasindhuvyacha patitanam paravabhyo vaishnavabhyo. I think he's having a hard time connecting here. Let's see.
Can you hear me?
Yes, Prabhu.
Oh, Hare Krishna. Are we ready to start?
We are fully ready, Prabhu.
Oh, sorry, yeah. All right, so
we will sing first Keshava Ashtaka. It is a very joyful prayer because it describes Krishna's arrival to Vraja. Increase the signal on the orange mic. 2 o'clock, 1 o'clock. No, orange mic, orange next to it and no. So it describes Krishna's arrival back to Vraja from his whole day of spending in the forest of Vrindavana in Govardhan. So it's a festival for all the Brajavasis. And yeah, so we have prepared a song to convey the mood of that transcendental festivity. So I will just quickly read the translation of the Ashtaka, and then we will sing together the Sanskrit. So the organizers should share the text of it on this Zoom conference. I worship Keshava, who returns from the forest of Vraja, with his ears beautified with earrings made of fresh kadamba buds, whose crown is brightened by blooming malati flowers, and around whose neck a wreath of slightly blooming utica flowers is wound. I worship Keshava, who returns from the forest of Vraja, joyfully wandering amongst his Surabhi cows, calling by name. So here are the names of the cows. Pishangi, which means yellow. Manikastani, whose udder is like a gem. Pranata Shringi, whose horns are bent. Pingekshane, with pinkish eyes. Mridanga Mukhi, whose face reminds of Mridanga drum. Dhumale, that is a smoky color, like a grayish. Shabali, white. Hangsi, like a swan-like cow. Vangshi Priye, the lover of Vangshi. I worship Keshava, who returns from the forest of Vraja. He is softened by deep love, enjoys sweet joking conversations. He is playful enjoyments. He shines in many different dresses and laughs at the best jokes that his friends make along the way. So that is perfect Sakya Rasa, like just cracking jokes along the way as they go. I worship Keshava, who returns from the forest of Vraja. The leaves that were painted on his cheeks with mountain minerals are slightly washed away by drops of perspiration, and his locks defeat the luster of a cluster of bees. I worship Keshava, who returns from the forest of Vraja. The cows that eagerly look at their bound-up calves deeply carve the soil with their dancing hooves, and he withholds them from the soft, with the soft playing of his flute. So this is another rasa, cows and their calves. I worship Keshava, who returns from the forest of Vraja, beautifying the roads with his footprints, whose garland is made gray by the dust thrown up by his herd of restless cows, and whose clothes, scarf, and crown are moving along the ways of the blowing wind. Of course, there is no scarf as we imagine it, but it's the upper cloth, like a chadar. Yeah. I worship Keshava, who returns from the forest of Vraja, where he gladdened the minds of all the cowherd girls at once with the playful and artful tunes of his Murali flute, which causes them to horripilate, means their hairs stand on end, of ecstasy within their inner quarters, and who constantly gives joy to the heart of the queen of Vraja, Yashoda. I worship Keshava, who returns from the forest of Vraja, being worshipped by hundreds of dancing, playful glances and beautiful smiles of the beautiful girls on the road, and the corners of whose bee-like eyes move restlessly around their bud-like breasts. To anyone who nicely recites these 8 prayers that are a festival of bliss for all the cowherd girls, the friend of Vishakha, Shri Krishna, will give firmly fixed attraction to his lotus feet. Such a pure-minded soul will attain all happiness. Yeah, this is actually the ideal time to sing this prayer because it's the time we are actually a bit late, but we are not too late from the time when the cows actually come home from the pasturing grounds. Okay, so let's imagine ourselves to be inhabitants of Nandagam, and at the end of the day, we welcome Krishna with all our joy. And yeah, let's do it. Keshava, Keshava. You can join us sitting at home. You clap along and sing along. Keshava, 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 Keshava. Tava Priyakamanjari Rajita Karna Pungashviyana Sataramala Krishkavita Shekare Nojvalam Daro Vasita Yutika Savita Kapchakra Raje Vijayanam Bhakri Sivina Shataskesavam Sivina Shataskesavam Keshavam Ishange Marikashange Chane Lemanda Mukhi Dhumari Shabi Shipriye Ibi Matura Bhikura Saram Samudam Vijayanam Bhaje Keshavam Divina Keshavam Keshavam Krishna Keshavam Krishna Keshavam Keshavam Ganas Marameduram Madhuranatma Goshi Kala Vilasanilayan Nigastira Deshatisyotina Sakin Akhila Saraya Pati Shubhasayam Gira Gaje Vijayanam Bhaje Vigina Deshataskeshavam Shramangu Kanikavali Dharavini Jaganantaram Samura Giridhadu Chalupatrankuram Alimandali Ditividam Vaskamakam Gaje Vijayanam Bhaje Vigina Deshataskeshavam Keshavam Krishna Keshavam Krishna Keshavam Krishna Keshavam Vivata Navatarna Kavali Vilosana Kanthaya Natar Kuraputan Chalandava Virtuvajita Divim Dhala Gatam Madhuri Bhartayantam Purovo Gaje Vijayanam Bhaje Vipina Keshavam Vipina Keshavam 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 Krishna Keshavam Keshavam Panaka Tati Bhirvanam Virachayan Namaskashviyam Chalam Sarala Naichiki Nichayat Nastrajam Marva Lahari Chanchali Srikadu Udanchalam Raje Vijayanam Bhaje Keshavam Vipina Keshavam 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 Krishna Keshavam Krishna Keshavam Keshavam Krishna Keshavam Vilasa Murali Kamishani Viruda Kasmanasa Shanat Akila Vallavi Kulagaya Samastakve Muhur Vidadatam Hridistam Hitam Chagosheshwari Raje Vijayanam Bhaje Vivina Deshata Keshavam Upetya Pati sundari sati viram Vitam purakaram visarnatara pangabam vishakai Tanam savaka sanjaram nayana chanjari kanchalam Raje vijayanam raje vipina keshavam Keshava Keshava Krishna Keshava 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 Krishna Keshava Krishna Keshava Keshava Krishna Keshava Krishna Keshava 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 Krishna Keshava Krishna Keshava Krishna Keshava 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 Krishna Keshava. So, Jai Shri Keshava. And the meaning of Keshava is one who has beautiful hair. Keshava, or one who controls Brahma, Shiva, and even Vishnu. All right. So, so the next song that I would like to sing for you is, I believe it's my favorite from Rupa Goswami's writings. It is Krishna Deva Bhavantang Vande. It is a beautiful song, and the translation goes as follows. O Krishna, dearest Lord, I bow to you and then entreat. By the way, this is the poetic translation by His Grace Dravida Prabhu, who is about to come on this session soon. So, yeah, let us read this beautiful poem, and then I'll say a few more words. O Krishna, dearest Lord, I bow to you and then entreat. Please place the bee of my restless mind in the honey of your lotus feet. Though even Brahma, deep in trance, cannot achieve his goal, a glimpse of your effulgent toenails, soothing to the soul. Because, O Lord, I've heard of your compassion's wondrous waves. That very vision is the only boon my poor heart craves. O Madhava, despite great effort, I have not attained a drop of pure devotion. This has brought me untold pain. Yet though it seems impossible to ever fill this need, your monumental power gives me hope I shall succeed. Today, eternal Lord, my mind is fixed upon your feet, and so I'm tasting endless mellows, wonderful and sweet. I pray that for eternity, my mind may there reside, to relish luscious honey that defeats ambrosious pride. So just before I sing the song, by the way, this is the song that I've written. I have composed the music just recently, and we are recording a full studio version of this song, and it will be soon released on my channel, Sanskrit Strings. So if you are interested, so this song is an amazing empowerment mantra. Nowadays in the world, there are many people, wise people, talking about manifesting something in your life. The art of manifestation is a very, very trendy topic nowadays, and people come to know that it's not just about your external work that you manifest things, but it's about your envisioning, your attitude, your positivity that actually can bring about so many changes and manifestations in your life. So the same, actually, this is the principle, that subtle principle that exists in this world and beyond this world also, to manifest even spiritual objects, spiritual desires, spiritual dreams of every devotee. So Rupa Goswami here in the first verse, he is not apologetic about his goal, and this is very important. It's a very high goal. He, at the very outset, he says, even Brahma cannot attain it. So this is, but I want it. idamichami. There's no more direct way in Sanskrit to say I want it. Idamichami. Usually in Sanskrit you say things a little bit poetically, a little bit like in a roundabout way, but he is just right into your face. I want this. I want your pankajam, pada pankajamakaranda. I want to see the toenails of your lotus feet. What to do? This is my goal. This is my desire. And this is very important for every devotee to choose one's spiritual goal and not be shy about it. And next thing, in the second verse, Rupa Goswami said, okay, here I am, and here is this goal, but look at my condition. I haven't got even a drop of pure devotion. This has brought me untold pain. Not tilamatri, even the sesame seed. Yeah, in Sanskrit it says there's not a sesame seed of devotion. So what to do now? We realize the gap between us and the goal. But now there is a way. You know, when they say that where there is a will, there is a way.
And if the
And
devotees don't come, you just keep the plate. Shakti Sarupini. Somebody should. Yeah, just make a plate. Make a plate. Keep it
so this
upstairs.
is another important thing is that you always look for the possibilities to manifest your heart's desire in your life, and it always comes. And here Rupa Goswami reveals his realization that yes, even though it seems impossible, if I consider just myself, but then when I think about your monumental power, I shall succeed. I have a hope. There is a way. So this is the amazing positive tuning in. We always need to be positive about achieving our spiritual desires. So this is the second verse. It gives us that positivity, that hope, that way. There is a possibility. Anyone who is successful looks for opportunities and possibilities. We don't get stuck in negative thinking. Oh, Prabhu or Mataji, I just want to clean my heart from lust, and that will be, I think, enough for this lifetime. No, this is not enough. We can do much more because Krishna's power is unlimited and we can count on it. And the last verse is specifically important because there Rupa Goswami speaks about his goal in the present tense. You go and listen to any success motivator, inspirational speaker nowadays. This is one of the important principles that they teach nowadays. You have to think about yourself and your goal as if you have already achieved it. So this is what Rupa Goswami does 500 years ago. Today, eternal line, my mind is fixed upon your feet. You don't say, no, it's just too distracted. No, it is fixed. It is fixed. And I'm tasting endless mellows, wonderful and sweet. Kalitad bhutarasa bharam. I am already tasting it. My mind is already fixed. And then there is a prayer. So I just wish that this will be for eternity. And this is the end of the song. So extremely motivating and hope-giving, beautiful song. If you analyze Sanskrit, this is another way of delight to your senses to hear all these beautiful lines in Sanskrit. But we will sing this song in English, and this will be our second final song for our session. So oh Krishna, dearest Lord, I bow to you and then entreat, place the beauty of my mind in the honey of your lotus feet. Krishna Deva Bhavantam Krishna Deva Bhavantam Bande. Though even the creator deep in trance cannot achieve his goal, a glimpse of your effulgent golden, soothing to the soul. Yet though, oh Lord, I've heard of your compassion's wondrous ways, that very vision is the only boon my poor heart craves. Krishna Deva Bhavantam Bande. Krishna Deva Bhavantam Bande. The key of my mind, your lotus feet. The bee of my mind, in the honey of your lotus feet. Oh Mother, despite great effort, I have not attained a drop of your devotion. This has brought me untold pain, yet though it seems impossible to ever feel this need, your monumental power gives me hope I shall succeed. Krishna Deva Bhavantam Bande. Krishna Deva Bhavantam Bande. The key of my mind, your lotus feet. The bee of my mind, in the honey of your lotus feet. Of your lotus feet. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Today, eternal Lord, my mind is fixed upon your feet, and so I'm tasting endless mellows, wonderful and sweet. I pray that for eternity my mind may there reside, to relish luscious honey that defeats ambitious pride. Krishna Deva Bhavantam Bande. Krishna Deva Bhavantam Bande. Krishna Deva Bhavantam Bande. Bande. Krishna Deva Bhavantam Bande. The beat of my mind, your lotus feet. The bee of my mind, in the honey of your lotus feet. Mamana Samadhukaram Arpayani Japada Pankajamakaram Mamana Samadhukaram Arpayani Japada Pankajamakaram Krishna Deva Deva Bhavantam Vande. Rupa Goswami ki jai, Srila Prabhupada ki jai. So this was our humble offering for the pleasure of Rupa Goswami and devotees. Hare Krishna. Thank you so much, Prashanta Mataji, for inviting us to participate in a little bit non-traditional, but I hope it is still a inspiring way in this wonderful session. And yeah, Hare Krishna. Thank you very much.
Hare Krishna. So we heard, thank you, Nityananda Prabhu. The network was not so good. Actually, it was a little difficult to hear. Are we okay with the sound now? Yes, okay. All right. So we will continue with a few verses and astakas. Okay. We were in the Chaitanya Charitamrita. So we are going to go back to the Chaitanya Charitamrita. Again, pastimes of Lord Chaitanya and Rupa Goswami in Jagannath Puri. After they heard these beautiful compositions of Rupa Goswami, Lord Chaitanya and his associates were very eager to hear more and more and more and more and more about him, about his writings. And they wanted to hear. So one day they asked him to sing a specific verse in glorification of the holy name, which he did. And when he sang that verse, Haridas Thakur, who was standing just nearby, entered ecstasy. He started to dance so ecstatically. So this is the glories of the holy name. Here is a very famous glorification of the holy name. Tunde thandavini tingitanute tundavali labhaye karna kroda kadambini ghatayate karnar budebhya sprihan cheta prangana sanghini vijayate sarvendriyaram kritim no jane janita ki adhiramritai krishna tivarnadvai. I do not know how much nectar the two syllables Krishna have produced. When the holy name of Krishna is chanted, it appears to dance within the mouth. We then desire many, many mouths. When that name enters the holes of the ears, we desire many millions of ears. And when the holy name dances in the courtyard of the heart, it conquers the activities of the mind, and therefore all the senses become inert. So beautiful glorification here in pursuance of Srimad Bhagavatam. The chanting of the holy name causes one to become stunned, and it causes one to want to have, there is so much ananda which is coming with the chanting of the holy name, that one wishes to have many mouths, with many tongues, so that one could chant much more. And then one wishes to have many ears, so that one could hear the chanting of the holy name. This has actually been expanded upon by Srila Vishwanath Chakravarti Thakur. And he says, not only this, we want many ears, we want many mouths, we want many tongues. And then he says, we want many hands to serve the Lord. We want many feet to go to him. So this is, again, these are expressions of bhava. These are expressions of the desire, the eagerness, the outkantha to achieve the Lord, to serve the Lord, to be with the Lord. Okay, next we are going to read a verse, beautifully composed, which is actually the first verse of the prologue of the Vidakta Madhava. We were hearing yesterday that Chaitanya Mahaprabhu was composing the Vidakta Madhava and the Lalita Madhava, the pastimes of Lord Krishna, as he was walking from Vrindavan to Jagannath Puri. So this is one of the verses that he composed on the way. And this became the first verse of the Vidakta Madhava, and we will also read the second verse. The second verse was, all these verses actually appear in Chaitanya Charitamrita as well. And these are verses that Mahaprabhu wanted. He wanted to hear these verses. So this is a praise of the pastimes of Lord Krishna. Sudhanam Chandrinam Api Madhurim Unmadadamani Dadhana Radhadi Pranaya Ghanasare Surabhitam Samantat Santapur Gama Vishama Samsara Sarani Pranitam Te Krishna Haratu Hari Leela Shikarini. Shikarini, Hari Leela Shikarini. Means Shikarini is this mixture of yogurt and sugar candy. May the pastimes of Sri Krishna reduce the miseries existing in the material world and nullify all unwanted desires. So this is the first verse. This is like an introduction to the pastimes of Krishna that he's going to narrate. So the desire, the purpose of writing these pastimes is to destroy all unwanted desires. The pastimes of the Supreme Personality of Godhead are like shikarini, a blend of yogurt and sugar candy. They overpower the pride of even the nectar produced on the moon, for they distribute the sweet fragrance of the concentrated loving affairs of Srimati Radharani and the gopis. Then the second verse. So the second verse was also a subject of exchange between Mahaprabhu and Rupa Goswami. They actually asked Rupa Goswami to speak a verse in glorification of his Ishtadev, his worshipable deity. And they were expecting that he would sing a verse about Krishna. But he did not sing a verse exactly about Tribangi Krishna. He sang a verse about Mahaprabhu. And again, Mahaprabhu became displeased with him because Mahaprabhu, was always in the mood of Bhakta Rupa, presenting himself as a devotee of the Lord. So when he heard his glorification as the Supreme Lord, he became angry. So here is the verse. It's very beautiful. Anarpita charim chirat karunaya vatirla kalau samarpayitumannatotralarasam sabhakti shriyam hari purata sundara jutikadamba sandipita sada hridaya kandare spuratu vasachinandana Sachinandana. May you, the Supreme Lord, who is known as the son of Srimati Shachi Devi, be transcendently situated in the innermost core of our heart. Resplendent with the radiance of molten gold, you have descended in the age of Kali by your causeless mercy to bestow what no incarnation has ever offered before, the most elevated mellow of devotional service, the mellow of conjugal love. Very beautiful prayer to Lord Chaitanya. We can sing it. It's very, very beautiful. When the holy name of Krishna is chanted. All right. We have another 2 ashtakas to sing. I don't know whether we will have time, but we have a special request here to sing a verse. Where's the translation? Another verse here, which appears in Chaitanya Charitamrita. This is also the expression of bhava. This is the lamentation of the devotee who is so eager to attain Krishna, so very eager to attain Krishna, and feeling so unqualified. So this verse expresses the lack of qualifications. The devotee is desiring to achieve prema, to attain the lotus feet of Krishna, but the qualification is not there. So because the qualification is not there, the devotee feels so. Although a devotee who prays in such a way, here Rupa Goswami himself, is totally qualified. But we heard the quality that attracted Chaitanya Mahaprabhu to Rupa Goswami was his humility, the fact that he never felt like an exalted person, never. So in this verse here, he is expressing his lamentation because he feels that due to his lack of qualification, he will never ever be able to attain Krishna. So he feels a lot of pain. But then he shifts his meditation. So one thing is meditating on his own disqualification. So he feels pain. Then he shifts his attention to the Lord and he meditates on the Lord and what he has heard about the Lord. And one thing that he has heard about the Lord is that he is Pranata Karuna. He is most merciful, and he is especially merciful to those who are fallen. That is the particular aspect, nature of Lord Chaitanya, that he came to save the people of Kali Yuga who are totally unqualified. So he meditates on the Lord and his merciful, most merciful nature. And as he starts meditating on this, he gains hope. This verse, besides appearing in Chaitanya Charitamrita, is actually appearing in the Bhakti Rasamrita Sindhu. And it is describing a characteristic of bhava, which is called asha bandha, or Prabhupada translates it as, what is it, hope against hope. There is no hope, but still we are hoping. So this is the situation. Due to our disqualification, there is no hope. But considering the nature of Krishna, and especially of Lord Chaitanya, who is merciful to the strugglers, to the fallen, and to those who are struggling, then there is hope. But in both cases, there is pain. When we think that we shall never attain Krishna, then we feel pain. Then we meditate on him and we feel hope. But then this is the situation of the Bhava Bhakta. Then the meditation switches back to the disqualification, and then we feel pain again. And then we meditate on Krishna and we feel hope again. But this hope is also giving pain, because the hope of attaining Krishna is mixed with the feeling of separation. So in both cases, there is pain. But we know that the pain of separation is not at all the same pain that we are experiencing in contact with our fallen nature and in contact with this world, because the pain of separation is generated by the internal potency of the Lord. So it is a component of bliss, actually. However, it has a special aspect to it. So we are singing that beautiful song here. I'll explain first of all the meaning. Here, Goswami says, Na prema. Remember, it's about achieving the Lord. So to achieve the Lord, who achieves the Lord? The prema bhaktas. No one else achieves the Lord. Only the prema bhaktas. So he's lamenting, Na prema. I don't have any prema. I'm not at that level, and I don't have any prema. So what is the hope? Now we know that to achieve prema, then one should follow the process of sadhana bhakti. Sadhana needs to sadhya, the stage of perfection. Prema is in sadhya. So if we don't have prema, we should follow the process of Shravan Kirtana. But he says, Shravana adi bhaktir api va. As far as my sadhana is concerned, kind of not exactly what it should be. So what is the hope? Neither I have attained prema, nor I have attained the means to attain prema. Now I'm laughing, but that here is not laughing. So now prema, I don't have prema, and I don't have the means to attain it, because my Shravan Kirtan is not what it should be. Then he says, Yogo Tava Vaishnava. I also am not capable of practicing yoga, because if you look in the Bhagavad Gita, you'll see there are different stages of practice. The best is you love Krishna. Next is you practice Bhakti Yoga. If you can't, then you should practice yoga with the understanding of Vaishnava Yoga to try to realize the Lord within your heart. And he says, I'm not able to do that. My mind is not like cooperating that much that I can fix my mind on the Lord of the heart. So then the next stage is, okay, so take up jnana. You can take up jnana yoga. Means you use your intelligence to come to the level of understanding that you are not this body, and there is a transcendental goal. So, and there he says, jnanam va, that also, because my buddhi, for jnana yoga, you need a lot of brain substance to discriminate between truth and untruth, and to study all the Vedic literatures, particularly the Upanishads. So he says, in my case, I don't have that kind of intelligence. I cannot be a Jnana Yogi. So Jnanam Bha. So the next stage after that is at least be a pious person and engage in pious activities. And then here he said, Shubha karma is called Shubha. Shubha karma, auspicious karma. It says Shubha karma. Wow, that also. I don't see any trace or any inclination for pious activity. Actually, rather, whenever there is an opportunity to break the four regulative principles, I jump in ecstasy. So I am not a pious person. I don't have this inclination to give in charity, to do good to others, which by doing this punya karma, one doesn't jump to achieve prema, but at least one gradually will be elevated to the level of gyan, from which one can proceed to gyan yoga and so on. But in my case, I am not a pious person. And I'll tell you the proof about it. Sajjatir api va. The proof is I was not even born in a good family. Because if you have a pious karma from previous lives, the result is you take birth. In the Bhagavad Gita, we see you take birth in a very pious family. Then you know you're a good person from the past. But in my case, when did I take birth? In Mlecha Desh somewhere, take birth in a, not such a good family. So this is the proof that neither I'm pious in this lifetime, nor was I pious in my previous life. So therefore, no hope, And he says in a summary, therefore, actually, actually, I have nothing. I had nothing to put forward, to show the Lord, see, I have all this, please, I have nothing to put forward. So there is no hope. But then he switches and thinks of the Lord, who is merciful to the fallen people. So we hear the verse, it's very beautiful. Na prema sravanadi bhakti na priva yogottava vaishnavo jnanam va shubhakarma bhakiyagaho sajjatiratyaspiva hinarthadika sadhake chaitya yachedhyamula sati he gopi janavanmadhavakayate ha ha madhashaivana he gopi janavanmadhavakayate ha ha madhashaivana. I am poor in love of Godhead, and I have no asset for hearing about devotional service, nor do I have any understanding of the science, nor any cultivation of knowledge, nor any righteous activities to my credit. I am not even born in a high family. Nonetheless, O darling of the dancers of Braj, I still maintain hopes of achieving you, and these hopes are always disturbing me. Prabhupada says, such a devotee being touched deeply by such strong desires always chants Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Ram, Ram Hare. Prabhupada says that in the teachings of Lord Chaitanya. So he says, those sadhakas who are very poor, who are not good sadhakas, you give them some mercy, you have some special mercy over them, because they are struggling. They want, but they can't, because of all the past samskaras which are accumulated in their subtle body. So they want, they can't. But because they want, you give them their mercy, you give them mercy. So this is a very hopeful verse here, which we want to sing every day. Remembering the Lord of the poor, oh Lord of the poor. I am a poor person, not in terms of Lakshmi, but I am poor in terms of bhakti. Okay. Now we are going to go to a very beautiful ashtakam. From Darida Prabhu, you will hear the Pratama Kunjavihari Ashtakam. But there are two Kunjavihari Ashtakams, and therefore there is a second one. The first one will be sung by Darida, and the second one is called Dvitiya Kunjavihari Ashtakam. Very beautiful description of Lord Keshava, who enjoys pastimes in the forest of Vrindavan. So I will sing the Ashtakam and maybe just go on some of the translation, not everything. This is very, very beautiful. All right. Avirattarati bandhu smerasya bandhurasi kavalita iva radha pangabandhi tarangai mudita vadana chandra kapidadhari mudira madhura kanti bhati kunje vihari tata sushira ghanana nadamana prabhacham janayati tarunina mandare manditaram tata bhuvina taraja kridaya bhani vidadhara kulachari bhati kunje vihari shikhini kalita shabji kokile panchamadhi swayamapi navavam shoddamayam gramamuktam dhritamrigamadagandhasu Gandharakanyam Tribhuvana Vihari Bhati Kunje Vihari Anupama Shakho Patsaradhanguliko Laghu Laghu Kusumanam Paryatam Vartikayam Sarabhasamanagi Chitrakanthi Bhiruvanjuvadhi Bhakakunje Vihari Ahiri Pukitalasi Kichakarabhavadhi Rajagiri Tatarange Vrila Sangita Bhati Virachita Parichayas Chitrakaryatrikena Stimita Paramavritti Bhati Kunje Vihari Dishi Dishi Chittistari Mandane Jubhila Rasakamanu Patham Nirmilitascha Pura Tadatirahasi Vrittam Preyasi Karnamune Smita Mukhamabhijalpa Bhakti Kunje Vihari Tava chikuratadambam stambhate prekshakeki Nayana kamala lakshmi bandate Krishna sara Aniralamalakantram pipashyeti radham sumadhuramanushams bhakti kunje vihari Madana sarala bala chakravalena vishnu Vividhavara kalanam shikshaya sevyamana Skhanita chikura veshe skandhadeshe priyaya Rakita prituna bahu bhakti kunje vihari Idamanupamalela hari kunje vihari Smarana Paramadhite Krishna Dhirashtakamya Nija Guna Vritaya Sri Radha Radhikastam Nayati Nija Padam Nija Satma Dhiraja. So this is a prayer of glorification of Keshava. This is particularly in Madhurya Bhava, the conjugal mood. It is describing the beautiful, loving feelings between the Lord and the gopis, and it's describing some of their pastimes. It's Kunja Vihari, so it's the pastimes of the Lord and the gopis when they meet in the bowers and in the forest of Vrindavan and engage in loving pastimes. So there are many different details which are given here of Krishna spending wonderful time with the gopis. His attention always on Srimati Radharani, and it describes the banks of the Yamuna and their pastimes there. It describes us he's sitting with Srimati Radharani. So now one of the verse particularly we will look at, which is very beautiful, it is verse number 4. Anupam karasakho pattaranthangulukho Laghu laghu kustumanam paryatam vatikayam sarabhasamanam gitas chitrakanthi viruchai navraja navayuvati bhati kunjali. So this is a very beautiful description of Radha and Krishna on a stroll in the forest. They are walking together in the forest. And, the forest is taken care of by Vrinda Devi. It's not just a jungle, which is can be beautiful, but also growing quite, it haphazardly, inwardly, No, it's not like this. There are beautiful groves, beautiful areas, open areas, and then there are places which are like gardens where there are many flower trees and there are places to sit. So here we see Radha and Krishna strolling through the forest of Raj, and they arrive at a place where there is like a garden, and there is an entrance which is made with vines, beautiful vines grown in the form of an entrance. So as they come close to this beautiful sort of entrance, dwara, gates. Krishna is walking, like he's kind of walking first, and he catches hold of Radha's fingers, which are described, both of their hands and fingers are always described like newly grown leaves, in the sense that they look very delicate and they have a reddish hue. If you have not seen, you should see tomorrow. The newly grown leaves, they are usually pinkish, reddish, and looking very effulgent. There's some kind of wax over them, it makes them look very shiny. And then they are very delicate and they have some kind of beautiful curves. So Krishna, with his beautiful hand and fingers, catches Radharani's hand and he pulls her a little bit. And together they enter this beautiful garden area. And as they enter, they hear, oh, that the gopis have preceded them. And there's a whole group of gopis that are already sitting in the garden. And they are playing instruments, and there is a great festival going on. The gopis are the most expert, and they practice to the perfection all 64 arts. So they are playing wind instruments and string instruments, and they are playing drums. This is the description which is given in this verse. And Radha and Krishna proceed through the garden and go to the place where the gopis are sitting. So this is very beautiful. You can hear one more time and remember the pastime. Anupamakara sakho patara bhangiko Lagu lagu kusumanam payasindhikayan Sarabhasamanugita chitrakanthi viruchayis Rachana vaivatuho bhakti kunjavihari. So this is one of the verses here from the Sri Kunjabihari Ashtakam. We read a verse. This is a verse again of lamentation because, well, that's our state of existence. We are lamenting. So this is another verse here. This is from the Stavamala. Prachinanam bhajanamatulam dushkaram shinvato me Neryasena chalati hridayam bhakti lesanasasya Vishvadrichim agaharaditava karya karunya vichim Ashabindukshitam idamupetyantarhe hantashaitam. So this is a strong utterance coming from the heart of the Bhagavad Swami. He says, I am very weak and lazy to do even the smallest devotional service. And so, when I hear of the peerless and difficult to perform services performed by the great devotees in ancient times, my heart burns with despair. Right? We are hearing all the great devotees of the past, how they went and performed austerities, and we can't, or how great devotees perform such significant services to the Lord, how they worshipped him very regularly, how they built temples for him, how they did, and then we look at ourselves, lazy bunny. I'm tired. It is what comes When there is service to do, I am tired. I am weak. I can't move. I'm lazy. Somebody's laughing here. We can recognize ourselves. So when I think, and what happened is that all those devotees who perform such great services, such powerful services, they attain the Lord. So it looks like, you know, one has to actually be very dynamic to attain the Lord. But that's not my case. So therefore there is lamentation here. My heart burns with despair. How will I ever attain the Lord with the kind of nature that I've been endowed with? Then he says, O Lord, O killer of Aghasur, when I heard that your waves of mercy splash everyone from the demigod Brahma down to the most insignificant creature, then my heart becomes sprinkled with a cooling drop of hope. So this is again, it's a bit the same as na prema shavana adi bhakti rativa. So when we see ourselves, so that's what this is something we have to learn in devotional service. Stop being a narcissist. Stop being self-centered, because that brings only distress. It brings misfortune because we build up karma, and it brings so much despair. We have to shift. You know, sometimes we are chanting Hare Krishna and we start crying. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna. So that happens to everyone. Then some little analysis should be used at that time. Okay, why am I crying? Is it separation from Krishna? And usually, if you are honest with yourself, you will find that the crying was triggered by a meditation on yourself.
I didn't get what I want.
Well, that's even worse. Oops, we are invaded. So it's a meditation on oneself, that either somebody said something very bad, I didn't get what I want, but otherwise it's how bad I am, how lazy I am, how unqualified I am, and so we start meditating on all these, on ourselves. And then comes the great despair, and then we start crying. So on the one hand, it can be an impetus to create some kind of desire to change, and it also creates humility. When we see all our own defects, we become humble, and we become, very much desirous to be heard by the Lord. We desire His mercy, because we know that His mercy is all what we are made of. But at the same time, it also can turn in some kind of self-pity, which doesn't result in any further devotional service. It's like, I'm too bad, I'm too bad. And I'm so bad that I'm not even qualified to be a devotee. So let us not chant even, because this is very elevating. So we should not go into that kind of self-pity. So we are always encouraged that look at the nature of the Lord. Don't look at your own nature. It's good to know one's own nature, because it creates humility, which can attract the Lord, and a sense of helplessness, which is very good. But if we just look at ourselves, it's not going to help. We have to shift our attention on the Lord Himself and look at His merciful nature. This is what Rupa Goswami is encouraging. Look at the merciful nature of the Lord. And our Lord in this stage is Lord Chaitanya. So we meditate on the mercy of Lord Chaitanya. And then we gain enthusiasm to serve, even if it's with so many mistakes. We gain enthusiasm to chant, even if it's inattentive. Because we know that it's only when we get the mercy of the Lord and His association that we're gonna go anywhere. By meditating on oneself, we won't go anywhere. So yeah, we have to meditate on the Lord, which begins with inattentive chanting. And of course, goes further into attentive chanting, meditative chanting, and soulful chanting, and transcendental chanting. So this is the encouragement that we are getting, that don't think too much of yourself. And if you see any downsides, it should bring humility, not depression. Because there are two things. It's when you see your own faults or when something bad happens to you, you can go in two directions. It's either this depression, which means tamoguna, or you can go towards humility. And so humility, these are the qualities of light, beautiful qualities that begin with the mode of sattva, the sattva guna, and then continues in the transcendental sattva. So we have the choice. So we should observe ourselves. Why am I crying? Because I didn't get what I wanted. So beautiful. All right. How much time more do we have? Okay. And now we are going to go to another ashtakam. Well, maybe it's not an ashtakam, there are only 7 verses. This is an amazing, beautiful prayer. Again, when we lament and consider our own faults, we are in the realm of I. And I means Purusha, the Purusha Bhav, the doer Bhav. Somebody gave a very wonderful definition of depression. Depression is frustrated arrogance. Sometimes somebody is depressed, we feel compassion. But after hearing this definition, understand something further. Compassion is frustrated arrogance, meaning I thought so much of myself, that I could do this, I could do that, and I was like, and then I got defeated. So my false ego has been trimmed, and now I'm depressed. So these are actually two sides of the false ego. That the false ego makes one think to be the best of the world, and if that doesn't work, then it makes you feel the worst of the world. One time, one devotee wrote a letter to Prabhupada, and he signed, "Your most insignificant servant," thinking, I really got it. I understood who I am. And Prabhupada replied, "You are not most anything." So this idea of being the most fallen on, and then going into depression, this means we are actually frustrated because we couldn't shine somehow, or that we couldn't achieve what we wanted. So the arrogance is being so frustrated that we go into the negative side. But what we are being encouraged to do by Rupa Goswami is to give up this Purusha Bhava and to take up Dasya, the service attitude, to become a servant. And a servant is something completely different. The servant's mind is always fixed on the master's, is very attentive, and has a desire to always assist not to compete or overrule. There's a desire to assist. And that mood is the mood of the gopis. It is the natural mood of all the living entities, all the jivas, because we are parts and parcel of Krishna. We can neither be equal to him nor superior to him. We are always in a position which could be called inferior, but it's not exactly inferior. It's two different moods. The Lord has the mood of enjoyment, and the jiva is naturally having the mood of being enjoyed. So this is reflected in this world, as we know, into the mentalities of the males and females. And usually a male gains satisfaction from controlling, commanding, whereas a female actually gains satisfaction from serving. Unfortunately, the wrong master. But that mood of service, that is very natural. So here we have Rupa Goswami begging to actually get that mood of service. And of course, it goes a bit further. He actually wants to serve Srimati Radharani. So this is the aspiration of the Gaudiya Vaishnavas. We want to serve Radha, which means that we want to serve Radha and Krishna. We want to assist them. One time I remember hearing from Hrijan Prabhu that he said, at some point in my life, as I was endeavoring to advance in Krishna consciousness, it just occurred to me that all the high positions are already taken in Golok. It's an interesting realization. Essential, because we're not going to become Lalita. And Bhakti Rasamrita Sindhu, Rupa Goswami says this is Mayavad, to desire to become Nanda, Yashoda, or any of the associates of Krishna. We cannot become anybody. We are somebody. We can only become ourselves. So, so here, let us read this. This is, I invite you to practically close your eyes, because this is so beautiful description. This is a prayer to Srimati Radharani. Shuddha Gangeya Gaurangi Shuddha Gangeya Gaurangi Gurangi Langi Mekshanam Jitakotim Dipim Vasyam Ambudam Narasamrita Navina Vallavi Vrinda Dhammilottan Samalika Divya Ratna Jalankara Sevyamana Tanushriyam Vidagdha Mandala Gurum Gunagauravanditam Atikrishna Vayasyabhir Ashtabhiraviveshtikam Chanchala Panga Bhangena Vyakuli Krita Keshavam Goshtendra Sutta Jivatu Ramyatim Bhagaramritam Twamasoya Chatena Tvavilutam Yamunatati Kakubhir Vyakula Svanto Jano Vrindavaneshwari Jano Vrindavaneshwari. Kritagaske Yogi Janosmi Kumatavati Dasya Dana Pradhanasya Lavamapi Papadaya Yuktastvaya Jano Naivadhito Yamupekshito Kripadhyute Gravachitta Navanita Siyat Sada Navanita Siyat Sada Shuddha Gange Agauram Purangi Langi Meksham Jitatoki Vimbasyam Amritam Darasamrita Tapta Kanchana Gauram Radhe Vrindavaneshwari Vrishabhanusute Devi Pranamami Hari Pranamami Hari So this is a prayer to the Queen of Vrindavan. O Queen, this is actually the first 4 verses are one sentence. So it's little long in English. O Queen, whose fair limbs are more splendid than pure gold. O Queen, whose eyes are as charming as the doe's eyes. O Queen, whose face defeats millions of moons. O Queen, dressed in garments as dark as monsoon clouds. O Queen, who is the crowning garland of Mallika flowers on the decorated braided hair of the young gopis. O Queen, whose beauty is served by many splendid transcendental jewels and other ornaments. O teacher of the intelligent and expert gopis. O Queen, elaborately decorated with a host of transcendental virtues. O Queen, accompanied by your 8 very dear friends. O Queen, who arouses Lord Keshava with the waves of your restless sidelong glances. O Queen, whose nectar bimba fruit lips have become the food of the Prince of Braj. O Queen of Vrindavan, bowing down and rolling about on the Yamuna's shore, this person with an agitated heart and a choked voice appeals to you. Even though he has committed offenses, and even though he is unqualified, and even though his intelligence is crooked, please give this person a small particle of your devotional service. Because the fresh butter of your heart is always melting in the splendor of your transcendental mercy, it is not proper for you to neglect this anguished person. So this is a very beautiful appeal to Srimati Radharani. When you come to Vrindavan, you will see everywhere Jai Shri Radhe written on all the trees, all the walls, everywhere. And when you meet any Brijbasi, they will say, Radhe Radhe. Radhe Radhe. What should we reply? Hare Krishna. Good. They say Radhe Radhe. Because in Vrindavan, Radhe is the queen. Brijbasis are residents of Vrindavan. They take shelter of Radharani because she is Karunamayi Radha. She's most merciful. Her heart here is described as soft butter. Very, very soft butter. Many of you won't know what is soft butter. Soft butter is there when you churn the yogurt. There are two ways to get butter. One is to you make yogurt and put it in a pot, and then somehow you churn it. You have to churn it with a rod, which has some kind of wheel at the bottom, and then you mix the yogurt, and you keep mixing it. It takes some time. And you churn the yogurt. Some particles of makan, what is called, that is butter, are going to emerge and come at the surface because it's the fat. The fat part of the milk is going to come at the surface. And then as you keep doing that further and further and further, actually the solid and the liquid, two different parts are going to, separate themselves. And the liquid will become very, very thin. That's actually what we call buttermilk, which is called in South India buttermilk, which means it's very good for health. So you get the buttermilk, and then at the top you get the makan and the butter. And when you take it, it's soft. It's very, very soft. In fact, you can hardly pick it up with the hand because it falls through the fingers. So it is very soft, and this is called navanita. And this is the state of the heart of Radharani. This is the comparison which is given. And she is the compassion, the personification of the compassion of Lord Krishna. So therefore, devotees pray to Srimati Radharani, hoping for her mercy. But never forget that we never worship Radharani alone. We pray for her mercy, but we worship her along with Krishna. The divine couple, that is whom we worship. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare. How are we doing with Dravida Prabhu? Interesting. One of them is okay. All right. So while we wait for Dravida Prabhu, we will hear one more verse. This verse is also found in the Bhakti Rasamrita Sindhu, and it is also found in the Chaitanya Charitamrita. Let me see where it's going to be. Yes, it's here. Recording stopped, low battery. Is that why? Why is the recording stopped? No. Pause. Sorry. Okay, I was muted. I repeat. The verse that we are going to read is from the Bhakti Rasamrita Sindhu. It's also present in the chapter 22 of the Madhya Lila in Chaitanya Charitamrita. I think it's in the section of teachings to Sanatana Swami. So this verse is also the prayer of a sadhaka. A sadhaka um, who has a change of heart. Mm. He has a change of heart, which is what is we would like to happen to us, that we actually turn around and become a real devotee. So what happens here is that the sadhaka is saying um, that actually since many births I have been living with material desires and considering them as my masters. I've been serving them. I've been serving my material desires. So normally when you serve someone and should be a mercy, but all my material desires, it is not the case with you. The more I serve you, the more you harass me. The more I serve you, the more you grow and the more you demand from me. So then he says that, but today I have decided not to serve you anymore because you are such a great, what do you say, ungrateful master. You are such ungrateful masters. So I have decided not to serve you anymore. And I take shelter of the Lord. I take shelter of the Lord and I beg the Lord to engage me in his personal service, means in pure devotional service. Kamadina Katina Katidha Palita Durnideshas Desham Jata Mayina Karuna Naktapanu Pashanti Utsri Jetana Kayadupate Sampratam Labda Buddhis Dvamayata Sharanamabhayam Mam Shwatadasi. Oh my Lord, there's no limit to the unwanted orders of lusty desires. Although I have rendered these desires so much service, they have not shown any mercy to me. I have not been ashamed. Can you answer this? I have not been ashamed to serve them, nor have I even desired to give them up. O my Lord, O head of the Yadu dynasty, recently, however, my intelligence has been awakened, and now I am giving them up. Due to transcendental intelligence, I now refuse to obey the unwanted orders of these desires. And I now come to you to surrender myself at your fearless lotus feet. Kindly engage me in your personal service and save me. So again, from the side of Sanskrit composition, which expresses feelings, you can understand the intensity as you read this verse. Kamadhina katida katida palitas duniteshas tesham jata mayina karuna natrapano pasanti utsri jetana tayadupate sampratam lapta buddhis thamayata mayina karuna natrapano pasanti. Last one. Tvamayata sharanamabhayam mamyo shvatadasi. So in the building of the rhythm of the verse itself, the intensity of the sadhaka, the intensity of the devotee. Okay, we're going to read something here which is not written by Rupa Goswami, but which is the description of him. Priya Swarupe, Dayita Swarupe, Prema Swarupe, Sahajagirupe, Nijanurupe, Prabhure Karupe, Tatanarupe, Sharila Swarupe. So this is the Rupa verse. So many times the name of Rupa is spoken here. Indeed, Srila Rupa Goswami, whose very dear friend was Swarup Damodar, Priya Swarupa, he was dear to Swarup Damodar. He was the exact replica of Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. And he was very, very dear to the Lord, being the embodiment of Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu's ecstatic love, Prema Swarupa. Rupa Goswami was naturally very beautiful. He was carefully followed, he very carefully followed the principles enunciated by the Lord. And he was a competent person to explain properly the pastimes of Lord Krishna. Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu expanded his mercy to Srila Rupa Goswami, just so he could render service by writing transcendental literatures. So we hear it is Priya Swarupe, means one who is dear to Swarup Damodar. Swarup Damodar was the, it's still low battery, there's no power coming. Dayita Swarupe means he was very dear to Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. Prema Swarupe, he was the replica of Mahaprabhu's ecstatic love. Sahaja Virupe, he was naturally very beautiful. Nija Anurupe, he exactly followed the principles of Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. Prabhur Ekarupe, okay, Ekarupe, Rupe. Okay. This explained that Chaitanya Mahaprabhu actually bestowed his mercy upon him, Swavilasa Rupe. He described the pastimes of Lord Krishna very well. He was empowered by Lord Chaitanya to describe the pastimes of Lord Krishna. So this is a praise which is found in the 19th chapter of the Madhya Lila in the Chaitanya Charitamrita. So I hope that at least some of you are liking this presentation. Some say Haribol.
Haribol!
Oh, who was that? All right. So Achyutakata, can you tell us what is happening with Dravida Prabhu?
Yes, Mataji, we have tried calling him from 3 different countries. We are unable to reach him.
How come? He's very much aware of his part.
Called
So
him.
had you sent him the link by email?
Yes, Mataji.
I see. You sent him the link by email.
Yes,
Was there
Mataji.
any proof that he read the email, that he saw the email?
No reply or acknowledgement of the mail.
We should use HubSpot next time.
All right. So if we don't have Davida Prabhu, maybe we will stop here.
8 minutes. 8 minutes. Wait.
Oh, I see. Okay, so then I can sing something that you were supposed to sing.
Oh, that's going to be. Yes.
If he's not coming, then we can sing something that he was. Let me see what he was going to do. Yeah, he was going to do so many things. I don't know what happened. Somebody said they want the Pratama Kunja Bihari Ashtakam. You can do that. There's so many beautiful
What
things.
the ding of the bee?
The ding ding of the bee.
Yeah.
Okay, everybody wants to hear the ding ding of the bee. Yeah, he was going to do that. Okay, so let me see where it is. Yeah, there is a verse. Okay, it's here. It's also in Stavamala Hari Kusuma Stabaka. So let's read this. So the first part of this verse, one of the things that is done also in Sanskrit poetry is that sometimes they will have sounds which are going to directly convey what they are talking about. Okay, in English, this is called an onomatopoeia. Like you have in English something that's said when there is an explosion or something. What do we say? We say something like boom. There was a boom. So this boom is actually trying to replicate the sound of the explosion. There was a sound, there was a boom. It's the sound of the explosion. So it's called an onomatopoeia. When the word actually reproduces the sound of something. So here, Rupa Goswami is describing the temple of the bees. That's very interesting. Do you know where is the temple of the bees? The temple of the bees is inside the garland that Krishna wears. We always hear this, that Krishna is wearing garlands, and the bees are always humming around the bees, bewildered. Now, what is the bewilderment of the bees? Is that they are bewildered, they are intoxicated by the fragrance. The bees have a very strong sense of smell. They can detect flowers from 1 kilometer at least. They smell. We can't do that. So they detect by the sense of smell from a very far distance. And they get intoxicated with the smell. So when the bees hover around the garland of Krishna, they are intoxicated because the flowers smell so good. So they land on the flowers and they smell the flowers, but then they become bewildered because they smell there is another fragrance which is attracting them out of the flowers. They thought when they saw the flowers, they came and they sat on the flowers, they closed their eyes and they enjoyed the fragrance and the honey of the flowers. And then suddenly they start smelling, there's another fragrance. What is that fragrance? It is the chest of Lord Krishna on which the garland is hanging. So, and then they can't figure it. What is the smell? Is it the chest? Is it the garland? Is it the flower? So, and then so in that madness, they start humming. And the sound of the humming of the bees is ding, 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 ding. That is the sound of the bees. So please hear the sound of the bees. Urasi parispura dindira mindindira mandira sajolasitam. Urasi parispura dindira mindindira mandira sajolasitam. Hari mangalati mangala mangala satchandanam mandiri. So the first line describes the humming of the bees. Now this has been versified in the translation of Dravida Prabhu. Upon his chest is manifest the mark of Goddess Shri, and there too rests the best of rest, a temple for the bees, who worship him by singing hymns that hymn his loving play, while Sri Hari most gleefully acclaims the way they pray. For Braja's love-mad maids and for all the Brahmanas' wives, Sri Krishna is the ultimate good fortune in their lives. His sandal paste anointed limbs bedim the full moon's glow, and to the lotus feet of Sri Hari I bow down low. These are the beautiful words of Dravida Prabhu, whom we miss very much today. So the first is Urasi. Urasi means on the chest of Lord Krishna hangs a beautiful garland, which is the temple of the bees. And by their humming is actually their singing of the praise of Lord Hari. And Krishna very gleefully, very happily receives the worship of the bees. It is said in Bhagavatam that the bees are the very confidential associates of the Lord. Because when Krishna enacts his pastimes with the gopis, no one can go in terms of other sets of devotees. Those who are in Vatsalya Bhav cannot be there. Those who are in Sakya Bhav cannot be there. No one can be there, only the gopis. And then sometimes Krishna meets personally with Srimati Radharani, and particularly with Srimati Radharani, Krishna meets, and at that time, no one can be there, but no one can stop the bees, because their attraction to Krishna is so intense that they always come around, and they are always around during all the pastimes. There's bzz, bzz, ding, ding. It is there, and Krishna likes. It is said so many bees, and they flap their wings, and it creates some nice air for Radha and Krishna.
What color bees are there? The bumblebees or the yellow and black bees?
And they are all there, different kinds of bees, the big bumblebees and the small yellow, black type of bees and yellowy bees, and so many bees. All right. So we will end our program here with a prayer to Sri Rupa Goswami. Shri Chaitanya Manobhishtam Sthapitam Yena Bhutale Swayam Rupa Kadamaitam Dadati Swapadantikam. Oh when will Srila Rupa Goswami, who understood the mind and heart of Lord Chaitanya, give me shelter under his lotus feet. So this is a prayer actually to, we can only serve the Master when we know his heart. Hare Krishna, Srila Prabhupada ki jai. One more thing I wanted to say is this one of the songs that Nityananda Prabhu was singing, because some people may say that these are very different things, these astakas, and we don't find them in Prabhupada's books. Well, that's a mistake. Prabhupada quotes here and there the poetries of Rupa Goswami, and you can specifically find a translation of the song that Nityananda was singing, Deva Bhavanta Mande. You can find the translation of his poetry integrally in a purport of Srila Prabhupada in the first canto. I think it is 1:11:26. You will find there, you can go there. It's a very beautiful verse of Srimad Bhagavatam of the Lord, the Sarangas. The devotees of the Lord are those who know the essence. And so in this context, Srila Prabhupada is quoting this Deva Bhavantan Vande, praising the devotees for having their minds always fixed on the lotus feet of Krishna. They are like bees who are fixed on honey. The verse actually says that the lotus feet of Krishna contain some kind of honey, which makes them all attractive. And so the great devotees of the Lord are like bees. The bees are always sit on the pollen and they collect the pollen of the flowers. Similarly, the devotees, the sarangas, who know the essence of things, they always fix their mind on the lotus feet of Krishna and drink the nectar there. Hari Hari, thank you very much for participating. Srila Rupa Goswami Pada ki jai, Srila Prabhupada ki jai, Sri Vrindavan Dham ki jai. Hari Hari.